Hey everyone, welcome to day 3 here at KubeCon in Amsterdam. It's real quiet. They haven't opened the exhibit hall yet. And so this is a great time to get some of the other sponsors of KubeCon, some of the vendors here who are too busy talking to the 10,000 people who are here once the show floor opens. So we were able to snag Mark Campbell, CTO of Replicated, co-founder CTO of Replicated. Hey Mark, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Hey, thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure. So Mark, we're going to get into Replicated in a second, but before we do, why don't you share your story with the audience a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I've been the co-founder and CTO of Replicated for about 8 years, and just been a programmer, like really been in infrastructure, been in DevOps, like installing servers. Technology and infrastructure has kind of been my life, and worked for various companies before starting Replicated. Like you mentioned, we'll get into it, but got kind of we're challenged with this move to the cloud, this move to cloud native, Docker, Kubernetes containerization, and realized like there's like some really great opportunity here to be able to help out, and there's a platform shift happening.
Yep, there's no doubt it's an opportunity, and it's been growing. 8 years ago, the cloud native movement was a lot different than it is today. What was Mark, what was kind of the passion? Like, I'm an serial entrepreneur myself, having started a bunch of venture companies. There's usually something that drives you that says, man, this is a problem that needs to get solved. It's a problem for me. Maybe as a developer, you saw it and said, I can't be the only one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What was it with Replicated what was that spark?
That spark that created this idea, like, yeah, sure. So my co-founder and I, we had a previous startup that got acquired by a large publicly traded company. And this company was shipping software, like a multi-tenant SaaS. And some of their larger customers said, we need an on-prem version of that software to run in our own data center. And this was, like you mentioned, 8 years ago, the cloud native ecosystem looked a little bit different.
Just a little.
Docker was around early days, there was not Kubernetes. And the ways to solve that were just like, we're gonna be a lot of work in order for like ongoing maintenance. And we realized this isn't the only company kind of challenged with solving this right now. And we realized there's a platform shift happening. Containers make software more portable. We can take advantage of that and really like build a platform that like lets a software vendor who needs to ship into their customer's environment focus on shipping their software and not think about that delivery, that management, the day 2 operations of the software. It's not unique to the org that we were working at the time. It's going to be unique to more and more organizations. And we started the company and to solve that problem, and 8 years later we're still building that problem.
This is a great story, man. So okay, let's hear. So it sounds like we were already starting to hear a little. We got some hints into what you're doing, but yeah, tell us more about Replicated.
So at Replicated, we work with software vendors who need to ship. Maybe they're multi-tenant SaaS, maybe they're like already shipping on-prem, but they have a Kubernetes application, a Helm chart, and they need to ship their application into their end customers' environments. So we partner with the software company, like HashiCorp is one of our customers. HashiCorp wants to ship their application Terraform Enterprise into like a large bank or one of their end customers, but like it's not going to go to SaaS. It might be an air-gapped environment. It's a tightly controlled, secure environment. We add like services in around pre-flight checks and support bundle and licensing and entitlements and like some like operational aspects of it so they can ship updates and manage that software remotely and deliver it so their customer can run the entire platform. Basically ship the app into the customer's environment instead of that customer environment shipping the data out to a multi-tenant SaaS.
So, that's fascinating because it runs kind of counter to what we hear from so many of the vendors here, where they say, hey, I've got an open source project, but I'm going to let you use it as a SaaS.
Yeah.
Right? Because this way we handle all the infrastructure, we handle all of that stuff.
Yeah.
You just worry about running this program, whatever it may be. Here with Replicated, we're saying, hey man, you want to run it in your own data center, your own private cloud, or even in your own public cloud environment, but you want to have total control over it, but you still want guardrails, you still want help, you still want support, you still need your licensing. You could use your favorite SaaS type of software, running it yourself.
Exactly. I mean, look, like the days, infrastructure as code, programmable compute. This is like the SaaS vendor they might know the software really, really well.
Yep.
Kubernetes has created an API and an abstraction around that to make it so, you can package it as a Helm chart and anybody can run it. There's a common API to operate software, but the security model, the infrastructure, we moved to this world here with AWS and the cloud where like that same infrastructure is available to anybody, right? Just because you wrote software, you're running it in AWS, I have an AWS account, I have access to the same like compute resources and the same everything. And in fact, we actually see that a large number of these enterprise software distributions that run on-prem is actually just running in somebody else's AWS account.
Right, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
But it also, you know what, this capitalizes on another trend that we are seeing at Cloud Native now and DevOps.com, which is the cloud's great. It delivers a lot of what it promised, but some things that people, are talking about is this elasticity that we're seeing with the cloud. It's kind of one-way elasticity. It only goes up, and your bill only goes up. Very little of it comes back down, and so, over time, people are saying it's not cheaper, that's for sure, right? Going to the cloud, public cloud, is not necessarily a money saver. There's a lot less control. The trade-off for moving to the cloud is I let them worry about it, but I have a lot less control over it, and it costs me more money. And so we're seeing sort of this anti-pattern of people pulling back, the whole FinOps and so forth that we're seeing. I wonder, Replicated should capitalize on that.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting. There's a couple of different points. Like one is the elasticity and the dynamic workload. Often with one piece of on-prem software, there's less of a need for it to be that elastic, right? In enterprise, one bank or one enterprise who's running one piece of software, it's a more predictable workload than you running a multi-tenant SaaS with customers that you don't understand. We really focus on that, that data model, and I think the value that we see is a lot of the I don't want to send as an organization. I have sensitive information, and I don't want to necessarily send it to a multi-tenant SaaS provider who's going to, maybe build and train an AI model based on that, and then actually that was unique to my organization, and so instead ship that model in, let me build, let me own that
control.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
About control at the end of the day, the control of your own IP.
Yeah, exactly. Protect what you're the value of your organization.
I get it. Want to talk a little bit about KubeCon. This is the last day. It's been 3 days here on the show floor, 4 days with sessions and stuff. What's your impression?
Yeah, it's been great. We go to KubeCon both North America and EU every year, and I think this has been the energy is really high here.
Yeah.
There has been. It feels like it's back, right?
Yeah,
in person is
here.
It's really good.
No doubt about it.
It's been a great show.
We do both too. We were in Detroit.
Okay.
We were in Valencia last year, and that was the first in-person one for a while.
I think so. Yeah. Well, there was Los Angeles, but that wasn't.
We were in Los Angeles too. That was vendor town.
Yeah.
It was more vendors than attendees. But hey, it is back. That's for sure. Mark, you know what I'd like you to do though? Well, before we get in, I wanted to tell people where to go, but how do people engage with Replicate? What's the best?
Yeah.
What's the roadmap? The on-ramp, if you will.
Yeah, if you're a software vendor that has requests or demand to ship an on-prem version of the software, you have an enterprise who wants to run it in a tightly controlled air-gap environment, or just maybe it is internet connected, but they want to run the platform in their infrastructure. Head over to replicated.com, and we have some videos there that kind of walk through it. But just have a Kubernetes application, and it's relatively easy to ship into your enterprise environment.
What's for the average engagement? What's the timeline to take something that's SaaS and put it on-prem, or is everyone sort of a bespoke kind of thing? There's a little bit of bespokeness to it, depending on kind of what cloud services you might be using and how Kubernetes you already are. But if you are
If you're shipping your application as a Helm chart, it's really straightforward. Or just a Kubernetes operator or a Kubernetes application, it's really straightforward. You can actually in days be able to distribute into an on-prem environment. If you're still in the process of kind of building out Kubernetes manifest, that is a requirement, and so we piggyback on top of that.
Very cool. Hey, Mark, I'd like you to look into that camera and let people know if they want to get started with Replicate, where to go and what to do.
Yeah, so if you want to get started with Replicated, just head over to replicated.com. There's a video there that kind of talks through it and reach out for more information.
Fantastic. Mark Campbell, CTO of Replicate, here with us this morning. It's Friday. It's the last day of KubeCon EU here in Amsterdam. We're going to have a full day, I think right up to about 2:30 the floor is open today. That's Amsterdam time. Stay tuned, we'll be right back. Good? Hey everyone, we're back here live at KubeCon. The floor is open, they're kicking soccer balls over there, everybody's walking around, and we're bringing you day 3 coverage here. Friday from Amsterdam. It's been a great show. I want to introduce you to our next guest. He's the co-founder and CTO of Perfect Scale. His name is Eli Birga.
Yeah, hello, hi, how are you doing today?
Hey Eli, nice to meet you. Nice to have you on the show. So I mentioned that you are the CTO and co-founder of Perfect Scale. Before we talk about Perfect Scale though, let's talk a little bit about you. Tell us kind of your journey.
Yeah, so my journey, I managed DevOps for many years, and I established in last few years, I established multiple SaaS platforms, big product, multiple environments, mainly based on the Kubernetes in recent years.
Yeah? Well, everything is based on Kubernetes in recent years. So Eli, I founded a few companies myself. Usually to found a company, you got to see a problem. And it's most often a problem that you will encounter in your work life, but you say to yourself, I can't be the only one. This is not just my problem, this is a problem other people have too. And there's got to be a better way. I got to build something that solves this problem. Is that kind of what happened with you with Perfect Scale? Tell us how you came up with the idea and what drove you in Perfect Scale.
Yes, Alan, absolutely. So that's exactly what happened to me. You know, when you establishing a new thing, in this case it was a SaaS product based on the Kubernetes, there is a problems of the day one of operation when you're building everything, when you're hooking up the CI/CD, thinking how do you build every new stuff. And then you found yourself with the problem of the second day operation, where you actually build everything, but now you build it for many years forward, and now you have to maintain. And this poses the company for a very new and different challenge of the second day operation. And there we found it's extremely challenging to maintain those clusters that we build over a period of time with many different touching hands, with many chefs in the kitchens. Developers are keep developing their applications. The customers are coming and going. The load patterns is always changing. How do you maintain and make sure that the clusters are set up properly, are capable to withstand the load of your customers effectively without wasting too much resources on the other hand? And it was extremely hard for me to find those needles in a haystack of data of where I am not perfectly tuned and perfectly scaled. So that was the point where I met my co-founders and I said, guys, we have a big problem here. So we started by talking to other companies and asking, how do you guys solve this problem? And we found that this pain is common. And that was the point where we decided that yes, we are going to solve this problem for everyone.
That's great. I love those kinds of stories because it really gives you insight into it. So you founded Planet Scale. Well, not Planet Scale, excuse me, Perfect Scale.
Perfect Scale, yeah.
There is a company, Planet Scale too, I remember them, but Perfect Scale. Tell us and share with the audience, how does Perfect Scale solve this? What does the company do exactly?
Yeah, so we developed a product that helped DevOps and SRE teams to understand exactly how the systems, how the clusters in multi-cluster, multi-cloud environment behaves. Because normally you start with a single development cluster, you develop your application, then you spin up your staging and production cluster, then the clusters are growing and more teams are involved in this. So how do you make sure that the people are making right decisions in terms of resources? Because right definition of resources actually affects your capabilities of scaling the horizontal pod autoscaler, the cluster autoscaler. Everything relays on those definitions, and those definitions might be set correctly at the first moment, but they need to change later on, or they might be set incorrectly for the first moment and creating problems like waste of cloud resources on one hand, or problems with resilience if you are underestimated how much resources do you need. Then you have evictions, you have out of memory, CPU throttling, your customers are suffering. So we are running inside the cluster and making constantly sure that you have the exact right amount of resources for all of your clusters.
Love it. So Ellie, I've been coming to KubeCon for a long time. A lot of KubeCons here and the US. It used to be KubeCon was mostly for developers, right? It was about multi-threaded apps and developing applications and then using Kubernetes, to deploy them. It was very developer-centric. One of the trends I see at the show this year and recently is cloud native is not just for developers, certainly. As a matter of fact, it's more for platform engineers and SREs and the ops people as much as it is for developers. And really, when you look at the perfect scale mission, this is an ops mission. No doubt about it, right? This is ops, clearly ops. And it brings up something, we've seen the platform engineering so you get these platform engineers and they're sort of like architects in the beginning, right? And you hit it, it's that day one. I'm gonna design the perfect Kubernetes platform for this app. And day one it is, it looks great. But then real life happens, right? And this gets pulled and pushed and that gets changed and that got set here and we found out about this and this, and all of a sudden, wow, we had we call it scope creep, right? we had some creep here. Either we got to bring it back to that pristine day one, or we got to say, no, this is what it's like in real life. We got to make the system fit. We can't make the app regress. And that's really the mission, it sounds like, from Perfect Scale, right?
You are absolutely correct and absolutely right, and I could not agree more. In general, the industry of cloud native already passed the first stage where only developers mainly played with that and have this application or that application. This is now the reality. We all live in this reality. The main platforms that we all rely on, starting from, ordering a taxi, ordering a food, ordering whatever, banks, everything is running today on Kubernetes, and there is a lot of operation because someone have to maintain it. Someone have to maintain it effectively. And this is and now we are in a phase where those tools that help operators to operate effectively are coming to the market.
Absolutely. So what I'd like you to do, Ellie, is I want you to describe to the audience sort of what's the typical on-ramp, right? So a person, maybe it's a platform engineer or an SRE or what have you, recognizes the problem, and then how do they get out to Perfect Scale, and how do they engage, and then hopefully make their life better and easier by using this?
Yeah. So basically, there is kind of a paradigm that we are trying to change. The paradigm of constant firefighting. People are relying on alerting and monitoring solutions to fix the problems once they occur. However, this pattern is not scalable.
No.
And in my personal opinion, this is a wrong and not sustainable pattern.
You can't live like that. You burn out.
Exactly. So what we are trying to do, we are observing everything that happens in your cluster. We understand the seasonality waves, we understand the overall trend, we understand anomalies that happens in your cluster and affects your scale. And then we are capable to say, hey, you are over-provisioned here, you're just wasting a lot of resources. Hey, you are under-provisioned here, you have resilience problem, you're most likely gonna fail, or you already failed, but your monitoring system just flopped and no one took care, so you keep flopping and no one takes care of that. By that, we achieving two things. The first one, like, what's the mission in general for why we building those platforms in Kubernetes? We're trying to get the best possible performance for our users, but if you ask also the C-level management, we're trying to achieve this best possible resilience and performance at the lowest possible cost. So it's very hard to organize all this scattered data, okay? Because we have this, the pets versus cattle paradigm. We have many developers, they have many microservices, each microservice configured differently in each cluster. How person expected, so someone who operates the system, how he can analyze, find this needle in a haystack of the particular problem even before it happened, and know how to address. So Perfect Scale does this analysis, understand what's going on, where the problems are. Again, two types of problems: the over provisioning and the under provisioning.
Sure.
And then it also order them by the impact on your entire system. Bring all the needed evidences so you can immediately act.
Perfect, man. I love it. Give us an idea of, like, and if you're not comfortable, don't, but what does it cost for like, how do you price this?
Yeah. So our pricing model is relatively simple. We are consumption based. It's based on how much resources we are monitoring for you. The most important thing, we will be always on the positive side in terms of ROI. The payment for our platform will be much less than you will be able to save when you reduce waste. And not only that, you are not only reducing the cloud waste in terms of money, you're also reducing the carbon footprint of your systems.
Which is important today, sustainable.
Yes, we are, at the end of the day, we're all sharing the same planet.
Yeah, no, let me put a quick plug in. We have a new video series coming out. Bonnie Schneider, who's written several books on climate change and so forth. It's called Eco Sustainability, Sustainable IT. You can watch it on Techstrong TV. I think it started yesterday for Earth Day. And this is a big topic, and it's going to get bigger. So that's important. Good stuff, Ellie. Ellie, we're about done. I want you to look into this camera, though, and tell people, where do they go to engage Perfect Scale?
Yeah, so we are, our booth located there in the area of startups. You will see us.
Oh, on that side, okay.
Yes, on that side, on the startup.
And the website?
The perfectscale.io. This is our website.
Perfectscale.io.
That's correct.
Excellent, man. Ellie, best of luck
much
to you. Okay. Hey, perfectscale.io. Go check them out. Day 2 K8 operations. You've got to be thinking about it. We're going to take a break. We're live here. Last day of KubeCon. We'll be back in a minute. Hey everyone, we're back here. It's Friday. It's Amsterdam KubeCon. The floor is open, and man, what a great show this has been. Great traffic, great engagement with people. We're going to hear more about it. I want to introduce you though to Eric Chabel. Eric is with Chronosphere. I still remember the first time I found out about Chronosphere. I think it was one of the co-founders. Is it Martin? Who?
Martin Mao.
Martin Mao.
Yes, sir. CEO.
What a bright dude. And he told me what they were doing, and I was like, I wanted to reach in my pocket and write a check. Because I was like, I know this is gonna be good. At the time, it was Martin and a few other young people.
Yes.
And you've come a long way since then. But Eric, welcome to Techstrong TV, man.
Thank you so much. Nice to be here.
What do you do with Chronosphere?
So I'm the technical director or the director of technical marketing and our developer evangelism team.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
The developer evangelist team.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Excellent, man. Give us an idea. What's kind of your background before coming to Chronosphere?
Good question. So I live in Europe, but I'm originally from the States.
Okay.
I met a Dutch lady, and that brought me over here. I picked up a computer degree, got into development, a lot of open source. That was just kind of my draw.
Sure.
That led to a call from Red Hat, and I joined them for 13 and a half years.
Fantastic.
Went through the complete explosion in Europe of the growth and what happened until they were acquired. And one of my good friends or ex-Red Hatters introduced me to one of the vice presidents here at Chronosphere. Said, you got to meet this lady. So I was chatting with her, and they were looking for exactly this role to fill. And when they started explaining the technology, as what happened with you with Martin Mao, the same thing happened to me. I was like, wow. It's something I've been talking about for the last year and a half or so about cloud data, the flood of data, the problems people are having that I'm seeing when I talk to customers. And they look like they understood it. And with the background of coming out of Uber and having done this at scale, I was pretty impressed.
Absolutely. You know what? We kind of teased it, but not everyone out here knows Chronosphere, and they're not all 100% sure about what Chronosphere does. Let's talk, if you don't mind, Eric.
Not a problem. That's what we're here for.
Absolutely. Tell them about Chronosphere.
So Chronosphere is a cloud-native observability platform. We're a SaaS offering. When you say observability, everybody's observability at some level, right?
Yeah.
But we're talking about at the massive scale that you're seeing people do stuff in the cloud, Kubernetes, containers, and the explosion that can happen when your business is very successful. That's all grand and fine, but there's an issue around metrics data, telemetry data, all the data that you're collecting. You have second generation platforms that are storing this and charging you for that. And what you would like to be able to do is in the middle to be able to understand what's coming in and decide, cherry pick what I need and pay only for that, right? That's the problem. The scale goes so quickly because you describe a cloud platform how you want it to behave, and you don't get any more control after that. So think in the pandemic, places like in the US where the food delivery services started going crazy, DoorDash, one of our big customers. You're doing production data to here, it explodes and all your telemetry data goes like this. That's not what I want to be paying for if I'm not using it. And nobody will complain about this if you're getting better customer experiences, if you're making money, if you'll be able to remediate stuff faster. But because of this explosion, what you're trying to do with your dashboards gets slower and slower because it's got more and more data to plow through. And so we've developed a control plane there in the center that allows you to get some knobs and dials and take a look at what's valuable to you and only to store what's valuable to you.
So this has been, like you, Eric, I've been in technology a long time, right? And I still remember, I remember the first time I met Martin Mao. I still remember the first time I saw Splunk.
Yeah.
It's got to be, I'm going to guess 18 years ago,
I think
maybe.
so, yeah.
Something like that, right?
Like that.
They had really cool t-shirts that said cool things on them. But forget the t-shirts. When I saw that this thing was like glue, you could put it anywhere and it collects everything. I was like, I want to collect everything. I want to know, because I'm one of those guys who believes we measure everything and everything could be measured, right?
Yes.
And I just want to suck that data in. If there's a log, I want it. If it's
Yes.
that, I got it.
Because it makes sense, right? When they're approaching and they're saying, hey, you might need it one day.
Well, because we're all data junkies. That's the nature of this beast. And then you realize, just because I can doesn't mean I should, especially when I got to pay for it. So you wind up like a hoarder.
Yes, basically.
You can't walk in the house because there's boxes of data everywhere, and I'm paying rent on all of this data.
And when we were looking at second generation observability, it wasn't called that, it was APM, right?
Yeah,
It was
remember that?
application yeah,
Absolutely.
Right? So we had a controlled environment that we knew what was going to be happening in it. And now when it's dynamic and somebody explodes your business, which is a good thing.
No, I get it. It's a good
and
thing.
nobody has a cap on production. They have a cap on cloud usage as a developer, not as production. And so it happens, and then they're all like, "Whoa, this is
It's out of control," and so, this whole market gave rise to, hey, what data should we keep, and what data. And not all data is premium data that goes here. Maybe there's less premium data that goes there. And then what do we need? What do we really need? And especially, I would imagine, and I'm interested in what you're seeing here on the show floor, a lot of the people on this show floor, Eric, they haven't been through cycles that you and I have been through in the economy. Right? And so we're on this cycle where we see layoffs, things tightening up a little bit.
Yep.
And all of a sudden people are saying, how can I save a few dollars? Well, I don't need all this data. I'm not using a lot of it.
Yeah.
How do I tweak what I need? How do I know what I don't need? That's got to be a huge driver for Chronosphere.
Absolutely. So one of the things that we try to encourage, and it fits really well in a CNCF program like this, is that you should definitely start out with open source, open standards, right? Been preaching that for years, also in my previous roles.
Sure.
What architect doesn't want pluggable components, right? So if you stick with open standards of ingestion in our field, so with metrics coming in and open standards, that means as your infrastructure scales and you're doing it yourself and you're adding more and more components, the downside is you get to a tipping point where there's too many DevOps resources that are now having to come over here and do infrastructure, and you're not doing your core business. Fair enough. To come to Chronosphere, you unplug from the open standards, plug them in here, nothing's changed. Get rid of all these resources, get back to doing what you're doing, and you have a managed platform that you recognize, the same protocols, the same query language, the same dashboards. You're still looking at a browser again to your dashboards. Nothing should really be that big of a shock. What we do introduce then is the ability to see live ingestion, to see live data coming in, and decide what do I want to pay to store. And it's not gone, it's just being aggregated away at this point, so only the valuable things for your business are being used at that time. And if you want to come back and say, oh, we're going to change and add a new service, we do need this piece of data, you can turn that back on or aggregate it differently so that it does show up. And what you're seeing across our customer base is a 50% savings on data storage.
50%?
50% on average.
Wow.
We have examples of customers that are up in the upper 90%. They weren't using that much, and they didn't realize it.
No, that's exactly it. Look, this is the same sort of dynamic that drives sort of this whole FinOps movement that we're seeing, right? Where, I mean, for most people, cloud elasticity is a one-way road, up.
I was shocked and stunned last year when I'll be honest, you listen to some of these IDC broadcasts when you're working at home and home office, and it was on in the background, and I was listening, and she threw out a number, and she said that in Europe, it was about Europe cloud vendors and cloud users, and it was saying that, I don't remember the exact, but it was in the 80 percentiles, but are going to have a FinOps role by next year, by the end of 2023. I almost whiplashed, like, what? You don't hear them say numbers that high. I mean,
that's critical mass, right?
Who's responsible for pushing these buttons in the marketplace and putting stuff into my architecture that's generating more metrics, more data, and more cost? Eventually it's the CIO or the CTO, but...
but I just think it's the nature of the beast. I mean, like I said earlier, we're all data hoarders.
Yeah.
And we never delete. right?
Well, a developer doesn't really also, I was an app dev guy for a long time, and one of the last demos I put together at the company, I was playing around with some technology, doing some GitOps syncing to the cloud and stuff, and the end of the week, I think 5 days, I got a bill for 800 euros, and I'm like, what I
Damn,
was
where did
pushing
I
wasn't that
do?
much, but I didn't think about, like I was using a platform for containers, and when I pushed that button and spun it up, there's logs and some stuff that they have turned on that I'm not looking at, I don't need, but it's on by default. Nobody thinks about it.
And that is the issue. But you know what? I don't want to blame developers solely, right? I think there is this data hoarding, if we can measure it kind of mentality that permeates from CIO, CTO, CISOs on down.
Right. Yeah.
Right? The developers are one cog in this whole machine, but organizationally, we seek to, the default is, oh yeah, turn it on. We could store that for later. Yeah, turn it on. But one of the nice things about Chronosphere, though, is just because it's not front and center and you're paying for it, doesn't mean it's gone forever, as you mentioned.
Right.
Right? Especially like security, you want to do a forensic audit after a breach or something. You want to have that data, and you got to keep it for a while, because oftentimes we don't discover there was a breach until many months after the breach occurred.
I also talk a little bit about it in some of my talks about cloud data and some of the pitfalls to watch out for. And we were looking at some of the research, and the average retention rate is generally a standard policy for a company, and that's the first gut reaction. Let's keep it for the minimum we're required to keep it for. And they don't specify certain areas of the business. They're like, and the average across all these companies is 13 months.
Jeez.
But what about my development environment where I did a training for 2 weeks, 13
You don't want
months?
to lose that, right?
Why? Why? Who cares?
Right, exactly.
You can flush it after 2
And
weeks.
again, that's the beauty of Chronosphere, but that's where you get 80% savings
Right,
and
right.
these kinds of things. Eric, let's talk a little. It's been a crazy week here,
Sure.
10,000 people.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're at the Chronosphere booth talking to
Every
real
day.
live people. What are you hearing from them, man?
Two things that have really jumped out at me. One, we're sold out here, right? That's not it.
With a
That's probably the third
2,000
thing.
person waiting list.
Pretty crazy, right?
Yeah.
And that shows the enthusiasm of wanting to get back into floor, wanting
No
to get
doubt.
back into stuff, wanting to talk about open source. And I also think the expansion of the cloud has been pretty prevalent, right? People are pushing hard. The second thing would be, that would be three things. So the second thing would be, I'm hearing an awful lot about cost, right? It's definitely
I
an
think,
issue.
yeah, people are looking, saying, hey,
Savings, exploring other stuff.
yep.
And the third thing is when they're showing up at the booth for the first time, I mean, I've been doing this for years, right? And usually when someone shows up, you're trying to convince them to listen to a little bit about what my product is or what I'm trying to do or what we do. And sometimes they're just coming for the swag or whatever and they're just blowing through. But I have consistently had people say, what do you do? Tell me about it, that kind of thing.
They're
It
interested.
feels like the minds are open, people are
They are.
at every booth, not just ours.
No, I'm hearing it consistently
everywhere.
as well. I think part of it, Eric, is, I've been going to KubeCons a long time. KubeCon used to be not primarily, but it was really focused on developing applications,
Yeah,
right? And so I'm using Kube and containers.
yeah,
And I got multi-threaded kind of applications, or I'm moving from a mono kind of
Yep.
architecture
Yep.
to multi, and it was really aimed, how do I make developers' lives better, which is a worthy topic.
right.
But what we're hearing more now is the ops end of things. Whether
Yep.
you're an SRE or a platform engineer or an architect, or ops. I'm running
Right,
things.
right.
How do I architect? How do I get the plumbing right?
Right.
And I think there's more and more of an emphasis on that, and people want to hear about it.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of platform engineers, SREs,
go.
observability managers. I mean, that's kind of iterated on the product that we have, I would assume, but you're seeing them bounce from ours to next to ours where it is a developer stand. And there's an interest all across the board, right? And everybody's looking to figure out how to get a little bit better.
Right, we got to tighten it up, but we still got to do what we do.
Yes.
Eric, we're about out of time. I'd like you to look into that camera. Tell people if they want to find out more about Chronosphere on the web, where do they go?
So if you want to find out more about us, just go to chronosphere.io. See you there.
Just like it's spelled on his shirt there. Eric, thanks very much
Thank
for
you, sir.
coming in. Enjoy the rest of CubeCon. Say hello to Martin for me
I
and the
will.
rest of the team, and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're live. We're here at Amsterdam CubeCon. We're going to be back in a minute. Stay tuned. Hey everyone, we're back. We're back here in KubeCon Amsterdam, day 3, final day of our coverage here in Amsterdam. It's been an amazing 3 days. We've spoken to we probably have done 50 or 60 interviews, spoken to a lot of people, and we're really, really happy to have our next 2 guests here. They're both with Incident.io. They're the 2 co-founders. Let me introduce you here to my far right, we'll start with. Chris Evans, who's the CPO, Chief Product Officer at Incident.io. And closer to me here on my near right is Stephen Whitworth. Stephen is the CEO, co-founder of Incident.io. I think we got it right. Guys, welcome to Techstrong TV. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. Third day in, slightly tired, but
yeah,
we'll keep it going.
Third day. It ends earlier today. We can power through this. So, look, I got both of you on here. I'm fascinated by founders' stories, right? I founded 4, 5 companies myself over the years. Tell us a little bit about your background and what drove you to found Incident.io.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, like the 3 of us, so it's actually 3 of us who co-founded this company. Okay. Pete's not here at the moment. But all of us, like reasonably long careers in engineering, all as sort of individual contributors originally. Myself personally, like went on to then lead sort of platform engineering teams, that kind of thing. And those teams like very sort of clear lines into things like on-call and dealing with incidents. They're usually the folks on the front line there. And so immediately before starting this company, I was working, in fact all 3 of us were working at a company called Monzo in the UK, which is a sort of a tech scale-up bank, and part of my responsibility there was looking after on-call and incident management, and incidents there were just incredibly complicated things. So they were not like engineering typically things where you just fixed an issue. They were things that bled out into regulatory concerns and things where the CEO would need to brief the press and all of those things. So ended up writing some software there myself that ended up being used across the bank. And then that snowballed in a fantastic way there, and eventually it was used by everyone in the bank. Like customer support people were declaring incidents, engineers were, operations people were, and that was sort of the spark for starting this company here.
Excellent, man. Stephen, do you want to add to that, or that pretty sums it up?
No, I think it's quite similar for me. So I was, product and engineering before this, and I started a company before joining Monzo where, I was getting paged and woken up to deal with issues, but sort of didn't really have any software to help me. Then went to Monzo, saw what Chris and the team had built, and it was like immediate kind of, like I would have loved this at all the companies I've worked at. Same with Pete as well. So it's very much a story of like building software to solve our own problems and then trying to kind of take that to the world.
That it's a common theme in tech startups, right? So at what point did you say, okay, what we built here at Mondo is great, but let's go take this on the road, right? Let's go build a company around it.
Yeah, so that was about 2 years ago at this point. So essentially, we kind of ended up building from scratch really. So what was built at Monzo was open sourced, and we've had plenty of people at this conference coming to us saying that they use the open source version. So you can find it at github.com/monzo/response. But it was really like the feeling of, there's so much more that could be here. There's, for example, like status pages, on call, like there's so many things around the product. It really came to the point that like this doesn't exist in the world. We're going to go create it, and like we felt like we were the team to do it as well.
So let me dive a little bag diving here. So look, in the world of DevOps, I mean, I started DevOps.com almost 10 years ago now. In the world of DevOps, we've had some incident response, right? PagerDuty, public company, incident response. Friend of mine, Todd Vernon, started a company called VictorOps, which I think Splunk
Splunk on call now.
Acquired. Another incident response. There was another one with the word pager in it, and I'd be darned if I remember what it is, but they were acquired too. Yeah. What makes Incident.io different?
I think if you look at where products have been sort of like catering for these kind of engineers, DevOps folks as well, they're very, very well catered for when it comes to observability, so understanding when systems go wrong. The tools you mentioned there, fantastic tools for managing things like on-call rotations, making sure people are available around the clock to support these tools. But where they kind of fall short is what happens after you've been paged. So imagine it's 2 a.m. and my page has gone off and something's broken, I don't really go to PagerDuty to go and navigate that. I'm typically jumping into whatever tool it is I'm using to communicate with the rest of the people at my company. And for many folks that's Slack, other folks that's Microsoft Teams, some people jump on Zoom. And so that's really where the product that we've built sort of fits in really nicely, is that for the response part of incident management, we will sit right where you are communicating, which means everyone has, all of these various different tools that they're already using at their fingertips. So we integrate with PagerDuty really nicely, and so you can automatically kick off an incident when your pager goes off, but we can also then use Incident.io to escalate to other people. So imagine I'm, a short straw and I need to dial in Stephen, I can just grab him straight from within Slack without leaving that channel. And the kind of reason that's important is every time you sort of leave the channel or the place where you're communicating is an opportunity to lose context on what's happening, and no one wants to do that in these super high pressure situations.
And then we have, it's like kind of putting out the fire side of the world, so that would be response. But then there's also a huge amount of value that is left in, doing debriefs and postmortems about the incident. So our product, because you've used us to respond when something goes wrong, we kind of know everything that happens. We know what actions were communicated, who was spending time, who was fixing things. So we can kind of export all of that to a debrief to save you time. And then we have this final bit of the puzzle, which is usually in a debrief or a postmortem, people aggressively agree that we definitely have to refactor this bit of code, or we need to scale up this part of the system. People then, go about their merry way, put this thing in Jira, and basically never gets done. Issue just happens again and again. We try and, we close off that loop for you, so you can just make sure that thing went wrong, kind of talked about it, and you got the work done. And then that's the one incident view, and then we have many. So analytics, workloads, is Stephen getting woken up 15 times in a month? This is all stuff that we can just kind of give you for free out the box. So yeah.
So there's a whole dashboard then, right? So it doesn't just exist in a Slack or a Teams.
No, exactly right. Yeah.
It's just a nice integration, because if you're already using that to communicate, fine, stay where you communicate.
Absolutely.
But if you don't have Slack, or you don't have Teams, or you don't want to use that, you can just use the incident interface itself, right?
Yeah, so the perfect use case would be let's say I run the customer support team at a bank, and I care about incidents because I have tens of thousands of people that are in my queue and I need to deal with it, but I don't really want to be in the technical discussions of how things are being solved. You can just log on to our web product and just see that the updates being streamed, so you're being kept in the loop. It's high signal, low noise. But if you want to throw yourself down into the detail, you go into Slack. And yeah, we sort of think of it as a different way of building product. So a lot of companies have thought about their web product as the hub, and Slack as maybe a spoke of these things. We sort of think of it a bit more like a funnel, which is most people will first interact with us through Slack, but we try and convince them that our web product is so good and valuable that they're
top of the funnel.
Exactly.
Got it.
Yeah.
So is the product offered as a SaaS kind of offering, or is it something you install in your own?
No, it's 100% SaaS. So it's, click it into existence, sign up really pretty quickly, and then we will sit, as I said, on top of Slack, plug into all the other SaaS products you're using. So, Confluence, Google Docs, Google Meet, Zoom, ton of other integrations essentially. So our goal here is essentially to plug in all of these tools that are already in existence when people are navigating incidents, but they're all N different logins that you've got to go and manage, and the world where you can just integrate with us, it's a lot simpler. So
I love that. All right. Hey, let's turn to KubeCon. You guys announced a new product here this week?
We did, yeah. We announced the launch of our status page product. So this is, if you look at pretty much any company, they will have a status.whatever their domain is .com. And that is a place that customers can go to see when their service that they're using, or they go to the website that they want to go and buy whatever it is, isn't working. They will go to the status page and be like, well, what's going on here? And so we've launched this product. It's deeply integrated into our response product. So, public communications aren't an afterthought or something off to the side that another team manages. We can be plugged right into how folks are responding to incidents, which means, for companies, that means building trust with customers because they are fast to update things, and folks then are more trusting of the companies that they're dealing with things. So yeah, really excited to launch it. Had a great uptick already on people signing up for it. So really delighted.
I love it. And the product's in GA available right now for people
Fully
to start
available.
using.
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's good to go.
Great. You know, one of the trends I'm seeing at this year's show is that it's a much less of a developer-centric mindset. Right? It's actually an ops-centric mindset that we're seeing here. Whether it's platform engineers or SREs, response kind of teams. Not to diss the developers, I think what's happening is sort of a new pattern where for so many years we talked about shift left, putting more on the developer's plate, right? Hey, in addition to writing the code, we want you to do testing, want you to be mindful of security, we want you to understand about CI/CD and to deploy, sometimes the developers are deploying, and when stuff hits the fan and that beeper goes off, I need you on my incident response team. We're going right to level 2 and 3. We're not laying it, just one level 1 response. Now, but we're seeing a little bit of a push the other way, right? Where, hey, these people here that, traditional ops sort of roles, there's a lot of cloud native stuff for them. Like an incident IO, frankly, right? We're going to pull the developers in, but instead of shifting left, we're almost pulling developers right. Right? That's my opinion, my observation. Wondering what you guys think about, from what you've seen here.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with the shifting left thing. I've seen that. I've seen a lot of emphasis on like things that engineers need to consider now, and I think that has led to like a huge amount of like cognitive overhead on what is a job of trying to deliver value to customers by writing code essentially.
Yep.
I still think it's a good thing, that shift left principle, and I think putting more responsibility and having people more thoughtful about operating their software is still really important. But I think that's like honestly where solutions like Incident.io are like just like objectively helpful in that like we built this because like running incidents was something that we wanted all of our engineers to do at the company we were at previously. But it was just an absolute burden, and the cognitive overhead of trying to think about public customer comms and looping in the CEO and pulling together other parts of the company when you're also in the depths of Kubernetes trying to fix a node that's wedged and you've got a problem there. It's just too much, and I think this is where like we're very cognizant, and so part of our product is literally automating some of those workflows that you would otherwise be that mental tax. And you start to put that in the mix and it becomes a much more reasonable ask to ask folks to be considerate of those kind of like service considerations and thinking more about the customer at the end of the journey there.
Excellent, man. Great. Guys, we're almost out of time. I'd like one of you to look into that camera, and for people who want to find out more about Incident.io and they want to get on the on-ramp, give them your best advice to how to engage with you guys.
You want to take it?
You can take it.
I'll take it. So you want to sign up, go to incident.io, handily it's the name of the company as well as the domain. We offer 2-week free trials, and we would be absolutely delighted to run a demo and figure out whether we're a good fit for folks.
Fantastic. Hey, Stephen.
Yeah, pleasure.
Chris, a pleasure to have
Thank
you
you
on
very
here.
much.
Good luck with Incident.io. Keep us posted on this. Good luck with the new product.
Thanks, man.
And hey, we're getting ready for KubeCon in Chicago already in
We'll be there.
6 months. We'll see you there, but maybe we can see you before on Techstrong TV.
Absolutely.
Sounds
We're
good.
going to take a break. We've got lots of guests ready to go right now here. We'll be back in a minute, live from Amsterdam. Hey everyone, we're back here live at KubeCon in Amsterdam, day 3 coverage. It's Friday. Wrapping up, well, we'll probably wrap up later this afternoon, but we've got a lot of content, a lot of interviews, a lot of news coming to you. Until then, we've got some, sounds like an announcement coming on over the screen, over the audio here, but I want to introduce you to Dave Roberts. Dave is with Yugabyte DB. Dave, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thank you.
So, you know what, Dave, before we get into Yugabyte, let's talk a little bit about Dave.
Sure.
Share your story a bit with our audience.
Yeah, so I've been in the IT industry for knocking on 25 years now. I first started out in working in the hardware space, so
really?
in massively parallel computers.
Oh, okay.
And I've kind of stayed in the parallel compute space ever since then. So moving into sort of push messaging, and more recently, massively parallel databases running on GPUs for analytics. Mm-hmm. And one of the reasons I joined Yugabyte was that there was a lot of innovation happening in the analytics space, but not so much in the transactional space. So it struck me that this was a new innovative company doing interesting things by distributing and parallelizing databases for transactional workloads. So I thought, that looks interesting, I'll go and have a look.
Absolutely. Sounds great. It's a great story. What attracted you to Yugabyte? The scalability of this parallel?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, I'm a technologist at heart, so
We all are.
yeah.
We're geek boys.
So
but yeah.
absolutely. And I looked at the way they designed the database and I thought that's really clever. That's a smart way of doing it. And I also happen to know a few people that work there, so
Okay.
personal contact
That didn't
always
hurt.
help. That
Always,
doesn't hurt,
they always help.
absolutely. So yeah, I joined just over a year and a half ago. I work in the solutions engineering space, so I spend a lot of time talking to customers,
That's fun too.
understanding their problems, and just trying to figure out how we can help them scale and provide resilient database solutions.
Got it. So Dave, for our audience out here, maybe they haven't heard of Yugabyte or they're not sure, how would you describe it?
So Yugabyte is a highly distributed SQL database based on Postgres. So what that means is that Postgres, as anyone who's familiar with Postgres, it's a strongly consistent database, so it's transactionally integral. When you write something to the database, it's guaranteed to be ACID compliant, so you're not going to lose data if transactions are committed. And what we've done is taken the Postgres source code, which is open source. We've reused the front end of Postgres. So the SQL query layer, the authentication, the security, all of that piece is Postgres. But we've replaced the back-end storage layer with a highly distributable, highly resilient storage layer. What that means is you get all the benefits of Postgres, plus the ability to elastically scale up and down as your workloads go up and down, and highly resilient against system failure, network outages, and so on. So it's basically Postgres with the ability to easily scale and highly resilient without having to get into complicated replication clustering technologies.
Look, our audience is very technical. 90% of these people are very familiar with Postgres.
Sure.
But if for some reason you weren't, look, Postgres is probably one of the most widely deployed databases in the world, bar none. I mean,
absolutely. That's why we chose it.
Absolutely, and it's so versatile, right? I mean, what you guys are doing is a great use case.
Yeah.
There are several companies that based on Postgres are running different style of database usage. How's Yugabyte offered? Because database, I've also been in tech a long time. Database pricing for me was always mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Right? How many servers did you have? How many CPUs did you have? How many tables? How much data? How do you do this at Yugabytes?
It sounds like you have some experience of some rather large,
a little bit.
databases.
It's not my first rodeo.
Absolutely. So just as Postgres is open source, Yugabyte is open source. So
That's great.
So the core database itself is provided under the Apache license, so it's free.
It's one of the best open source licenses out
Exactly.
there. Yeah.
And customers can go to yugabyte.com, they can download the open source version. We also offer it as a managed service. So again, go to yugabyte.com,
That's nice.
sign up, there's a free version, or you can type in your credit card and scale up to bigger systems. Or we provide an enterprise version as well, which essentially is a support agreement with a set of tools and automation utilities that allow you to manage very large databases, anywhere from sort of 3 node clusters, 30 node, 300 node clusters, but being able to do it very easily within an IT ops framework. So 3 different options, and yeah.
I love it. Those are great options. So, David, there's 10,000 people at the show here, right? I imagine you're hearing from a lot of different folks. The cloud native space is really, it's really matured.
Yeah.
Right? It's not just people saying, how do I, multi-thread my app in a Kubernetes environment?
Yeah.
What are you hearing, and how does it relate to what Yugabyte does?
So being able to have the freedom of choice to deploy wherever you want to and however you want to is really important.
Sure.
So we've made made a database available to install in cloud, in any cloud. So AWS, Google, Azure, and so on. Also on containerized environments like Kubernetes, or on bare metal. So we can install it on-premise or in the cloud, or a mixture of both. So you could theoretically have a single database that spans your on-premise environment and a cloud environment. And what we're seeing is customers are finding that ability to support both models really useful when they do migrations to the cloud. So instead of doing a lift and shift from on-premise environments up to the cloud environments, you can build migrate to Yugabyte on-premise, and then start putting parts of that database in the cloud, and then switch off your on-premise nodes.
Yeah.
And your database is now in the cloud.
Absolutely.
With all the benefits that come with it. So.
Yep. You know what? Let me take an anti-pattern on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
What we're also seeing is people who have been moved totally into the cloud and are saying, wait, this is a one-way street. My bill only goes up, never down.
Exactly.
And then the more data I put in there, the more stuff I put in there, the more I'm paying. I may want to shift some stuff back.
Yeah.
Right? And that's happening now.
Absolutely. And for Yugabyte, it's the same mechanism. You add nodes to your distributed database on-premise, the data migrates to them, and you shut the cloud down. So it works both ways. It's a really flexible solution.
Do they really shut down their cloud instances, though? They should.
If they want to save money.
Right. And therein lies, I think, an issue.
Yeah.
It would be great. Here's a feature for Yugabyte engineers to work on. That when I migrate from the cloud back to on-prem, I got a little box that says, would you like me to shut down your instance or something? Or remember to shut down your instance.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because if you remember, I said we had 3 ways of deploying the solution. The enterprise solution has all the built-in automation to do that automatically.
Really?
Absolutely, yeah.
I love that.
So
That's something we need.
Absolutely, it's valuable. In fact, I work in the solutions engineering part of the team, and I'm always being hounded by the finance teams to shut down our demo systems. But for me, it's really easy. I just pause the universe, it shuts the instances down, and it's
so therein lies one of the things, right? The CFO and the finance teams are always asking people to shut down unused instances. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's something in human nature of the people or whatever.
Forget.
Or we just plain forget. Yeah. You're right. And that could be it too. Wanted is kind of new. What do you see coming down the pike with Yugabyte? Any sort of new functionality or features that people are asking for that you guys are working on that you can talk about?
So we're looking at the entire life cycle of how does a customer migrate away from the traditional monolithic databases and the licensing models that come with them. So we're looking at tools to help that migration. We're looking at tools that, or developing the tools around managing distributed databases specifically in an enterprise environment. So everything around observability, operability, that fitting into an IT ops, infrastructure as code environment. So there's a lot of sort of little pieces coming to support the underlying database to make it a lot easier, simpler and streamlined to run within an operational framework within organizations. So that it's database as a service, for example,
absolutely.
is where a lot of
It's huge.
organizations are going, yeah.
Well, because, you know what, 100 years ago in the dot-com days, I helped take a company public. We were in what we called an ASP.
Yeah.
You probably remember,
yeah.
application service provider. And one of the things that we ran into there was that, you know, what are people willing to outsource? Because like we were hosting Lotus Notes and PeopleSoft and Oracle and, you know, these kinds of things. If it's critical and core to their business, they won't outsource it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Databases, so look, databases are critical, right? You can't run your business without data.
Yep.
But for most organizations, the care and feeding of a database is not core to their knowledge, right? It's not core to their know-how. And nor should it be necessarily, right? I mean, there are some where it is, but for a lot of it, it's not core. And so if it's not core, database as a service is the perfect kind of solution.
Absolutely. And, you know, just reducing the overhead of having a whole team that's all they're doing is spinning up databases, managing them, upgrading them, all those kind of day-to-day operations just take a huge amount of time if you've got one team supporting thousands of databases. If you can automate all of that, put it into an infrastructure as code environment, then and self-service environment, then it's way easier, way cheaper as well.
I agree, man. Fantastic. Dave, we're almost out of time. Here's what I'd like you to do, though.
Sure.
If you could look into that camera right here for me. Let people know, hey, what they heard here about Yugabyte is something they want to check out.
Yeah.
What's the best on-ramp for them? What's the path?
So the best way to try out Yugabyte is go to our website. From there you can download the open source version, including the code. It's based on Postgres, it's all in Git. Or you can use our managed service, which is, again, accessible through the website. Or we have the enterprise version, which comes with support agreements and all the automation tools that let you run it in an enterprise operational environment. Check it out.
I love it. Dave Roberts here at Yugabyte DB. We're live in Amsterdam at KubeCon. Continuing our day 3 coverage. We'll be back in just a moment.
Thank you.
is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here live in KubeCon Detroit, Cloud Native Con. Thanks for joining us on our first day of coverage here. We're actually on the show floor. I don't know how much of the background noise you guys pick up because the mics are pretty good, thank God. But it's a pretty loud show floor.
It is busy.
Yeah, it's busy. It's nice. It's good to see busy. But the booths are pretty spread out. So it doesn't look as crowded as I think it really is, right? It's less dense. Anyway, I want to introduce you or reintroduce you to Dave DeSanto. Dave's been on our show a few times from GitLab. Actually, we were just talking the last time I think I saw David in person was at RSA conference 2 years ago, right before the COVID craziness started. David, I got everything right so far?
You did, yes.
All right, we're ahead of the game. So David, I mentioned you're from GitLab.
Correct.
And our audience needs no introduction to GitLab, obviously. We cover it a bunch, and it's a huge player in this whole ecosystem. It's DevOps and Cloud Native. But let's talk a little bit about your role at GitLab. How's that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I lead the product division at GitLab. That includes product management, our monetization operations, and UX or user experience.
Excellent. And you know what? Maybe there are some people, but we should do a level set.
Yeah,
before we talk about what's new at GitLab. GitLab.
Yeah, so GitLab is the one DevOps platform. We focus on providing the entire end-to-end software development experience. Everything from planning, so doing issues, epics, tasks, planning out what you're going to build. The actual coding, you can use our web IDE, other web IDEs as well, through code review, merge request experience out to CI, CD, monitoring applications in production, and security. And specifically with KubeCon, we're talking a lot about our advanced security and compliance functionality that's built into our platform.
Very cool, great. So we're here at KubeCon. You guys announced some, I think it's pretty big news, but we'll let them judge, right? What's the news?
Yeah, so we've decided as a DevOps platform, and I'll say a DevSecOps platform, that security and compliance needs to be at the forefront of how you build software. And whether that has been the recent software supply chain attacks, whether it's just giving you visibility into what's actually going into your software, is very important to us. So what we were announcing this week is a focus on software supply chain security, proactive security remediation, and a focus on regulatory compliance functionality as well. What I'd say the things that are probably the great highlights that people will really connect to, on the software supply chain security front, we're really focused on providing things like SLSA 2 attestations, so you know what's going into your software, having better visibility into compliance violations and where your packages are coming from. On the proactive security, the thing that everyone's loved so far in the booth, interactive security training. So,
really?
Yeah, so as a developer, if you have committed code to GitLab and security scanning runs and we find a vulnerability, you can get bite-sized instructions, video training on how to, first why that's a vulnerability and then how to remediate it. And
let's talk about this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So based upon the, I would guess that it's the video corresponds to a given vulnerability CVE or something.
Correct, yeah. So just imagine, we'll say, Alan, you've written some code, you've pushed it into your project with GitLab, and security scanning is built in, it automatically kicks off. It comes back and says to you, on your new code on line 10, there's a SQL injection. Let's say you don't know what a SQL injection is. There are still developers today who don't always know what secure vulnerabilities are, right? They know it's bad, they just don't know what caused it and how to fix it, right? And so instead of you just reading the GitLab documentation, which has been there for a while, right? You now have the option to click on a video link and it'll take you to a short video that introduces the vulnerability, how it happens and how to remediate it. And then you as a developer are now an even better developer, right?
Yeah, I know.
And you've now learned. And
Forearmed.
the key here is that they're bite size, they're very short, right? No one has time to sit through a 3-hour training video,
Yeah.
right? But if in 5 minutes we can show you the do's and don'ts of how to not do that again, it makes you just a better
I love
developer,
this. This is
right?
a great. Why didn't anyone think of this before?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Excellent. Overall, I think this is a theme we're seeing now, which is security is. Keep in mind, I've been in the security world for 25 years. I've been hearing what a priority security is for 25, 30 years.
Yeah.
But it's really real now. It truly is, right? GitLab, others who, even here on the, at KubeCon, security is becoming like almost job one.
Yeah, I would say so. I've been doing security almost as long as you have. Viewers probably think we're in our 20s, but we've been doing it for a very long time.
Well, you look younger, but go ahead.
That's very kind of you.
Go ahead.
But like there was a point early in my career where security was the thing that these specialists do, right? And they still exist today, right? We know lots of them. I'm sure you do. I do, right? But as companies have evolved, security has had to evolve. And really, when you look at what we've announced this week at KubeCon, it's about how security is everyone's responsibility, right? The thing that we just recently completed was our annual DevSecOps survey, and that was apparent in the results. We had over 5,000 people respond to the survey and answer questions, and everyone, whether it was dev people, security people, ops people, they all felt security was their responsibility. And the best way to do that is to give them the power to be able to be informed, understand it, and be able to action. The first time, as you said, I met you, we were talking about how GitLab was getting into the security space. And today GitLab is now recognized as a security provider, which is a phenomenal accomplishment.
No, absolutely.
Right, and so now
it's a trend in DevOps.
Yeah.
It's absolutely a trend. Let me play devil's advocate.
Absolutely, please do.
Some people I've spoken to have said, it's really unfair that we're putting all of this security onus, all of this security responsibility on overworked developers. They've got so much on their plate.
Right.
We're making them do testing. We're making them do security testing now. We want them to learn what vulnerabilities are and what it means. How much can one person be responsible for, right?
Yeah, so
go ahead.
I'll take your comment a step further.
Go ahead.
The one thing that came out in our survey is that developers feel this onus now to maintain the DevOps toolchain, and that the respondents, 25 to 50% of their time, they said they spend on just that, so not coding. They go to school, learn how to write software well, right? Build very complex, very scalable apps, but then their job is maintaining their DevOps pipeline, right? So I think the thing that makes GitLab very unique, and I say this as both the person who leads our product organization, right, but also as someone who's very passionate about DevOps, and I'll say DevSecOps, right? You've got to make security approachable. And then you like the training, that's the solution to this. Like if you were to say to a developer, I need to go run this security tool, interpret the results, and make the right decision, your developers are going to be very unhappy, right? And they're going to want to find a different job. But if you bring it to them in a way that they can understand it and they can learn from it, you're going to have better team engagement, and those stressed out developers are going to be stressed about the right things, which is, did I build the right application,
code.
right?
Right.
And not, I now need to learn what a CVE is, or
what CVE 38.206 is.
Yeah, or
38-206.
and to make it even worse, right? Like security, I love security, right? Hopefully that comes through to everyone. Like it's a passion of mine.
I get it.
But like you've got CVEs, you have the MITRE ATT&CK framework, you have the NIST cybersecurity framework, OWASP top 10,
SANS top 20.
Yeah, so
and it goes on and on.
Developers are not going to be able to understand all that, nor should they.
No.
But if you give them what is a SQL injection in developer terms and a way to understand it, they'll write better code and they'll be happier.
Well, so that's the key too. you haven't said it, but you hit on it, which is, I'm not looking to make a developer a security pro, a security admin. I'm looking to make the developer a better developer.
Right.
Right? And by him learning what a SQL injection or how a buffer overflow works or whatever it is, makes him a better developer, not a developer / security admin.
Right. No, and that's
important.
It is, and that gets into the tool chain sprawl that, right?
Yeah.
You're making developers now need to be IT ops people and understand it. And that's literally not how you solve the problem,
No.
right? If you can get all primary groups, whether that is developers, security team members, ops team members, I'll go further and say get your product managers, your QA teams, all involved and doing their job the best. Everyone's happy and everyone wins, right?
Agreed.
And I think it's really become key because, 3-5 years ago, it was like I've got a developer who does this, I got a security team who does this. But to deliver software at the rate companies need to deliver software at today, KubeCon, people talk about delivering code multiple times a day. You can't have your developer be a security expert and an ops expert.
It's just, people are right when they say that. You can't, there's just so many straws you can put on that camel's back.
Yeah.
But this is great. How do people, this is built into the core GitLab platform
Absolutely,
now.
yeah. Yeah, so the big thing that makes GitLab unique is we're a DevOps platform. That means that we're delivering all that value in a single product. It's got one UI, a unified data model, and it gives you all the benefits that you would get from SCM, CI, and security. But now we're announcing how governance and compliance fits into that as well.
Saying that as well.
Yeah, and if you think about it.
And it's still updated the 22nd of every month?
Yeah, so I will say it's been 133 straight months. It's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, it is, man.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Good for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And like for those who are here, please check out the booths. We're doing demos of the new things we announced, as well as showing where we're going as a company. I think that when you look at how you deliver software safely, securely, and you want to do it quickly, having that one place where your entire team can come together means everyone's doing their best, they're collaborating, they're transparent, right?
Excellent, man.
Yeah.
And if you're not here and you want to check it out online.
Yeah, please go to our website. It's about.gitlab.com. I will also say, if you just want to get a sense as to what GitLab is doing and how we operate as a company, you can go to GitLab Unfiltered on YouTube. We post the majority of our company meetings there, our brainstorming, interactions with the community.
It's an open book.
It is, we're one of the most transparent companies I've ever worked for. And
no, you're the most transparent company you've ever worked for, I can guarantee
you can say that. I can't,
Yeah, I know,
yes,
but
we're going to go with we're the most, right?
Yes.
But what I will say is that we love talking to users, so go to the website, you like what we're doing, and you want to engage. My team, we've got 50 plus product managers, they want to hear from you, right? So go to our issue tracker, you can go in and comment on issues and epics.
Absolutely.
And engage. So.
Excellent. Hey man, it's a pleasure seeing you again in person.
Absolutely.
RSA's April this year if you're coming. We're doing our DevSecOps thing on, I think it's, I forgot the date. I think it's the 24th of April.
Yeah, I think it's the end of April.
That Monday is our DevSecOps event. It's in Moscone
West.
It's Moscone, no, our booth's Moscone West. Our DevSecOps, we put on a whole day of DevSecOps. Right. It's in Moscone South this year.
Okay, awesome.
And it's that Monday the 20th. I was just on with the RSA people going through this, that's why I remember. But hopefully we'll see you at the booth, at the video there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know, you guys do an AWS reInvent.
We are.
We'll
and there'll be lots of other great stuff that we'll be announcing. Again, every 22nd of the month.
There'll be another 22nd beyond that, absolutely.
At least one between now and then.
Absolutely, great stuff, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, GitLab here at KubeCon. We're live in Detroit. We're taking a break. We're going to be back in a moment with another guest.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey, welcome back. We're at KubeCon here in Detroit, KubeCon 2022, North America. Mitch Ashley, CTO with Techstrong Group and also principal with Techstrong Research. So we've got a great lineup of folks. And speaking of great lineups, I'm joined by Jeff Cobb.
Yes.
Jeff is head of product and with Chronosphere. So I know you got some announcements. We want to get right to that. But for folks that might not know Chronosphere, tell them about yourself and also Chronosphere.
So I'm Jeff Cobb. I run product at Chronosphere. Chronosphere is a cloud-native observability company. So we focus on solving observability problems, which is really in the interest of availability and reliability of digital delivery systems. So if you're running a big, very large-scale digital delivery system like DoorDash, you need observability tools to keep that system working, to know whether it's working, solve problems when problems show up. So that's what we do. That's what cloud native observability is.
So you're making sure we get warm food from DoorDash because they're on top of what's going on, right?
They're making sure you get warm food.
Okay, all right.
Making sure they know
You're
what's
helping
going
them
on.
make
That's
sure.
right.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
probably the right way to say it. Okay, so KubeCon, there's always a lot of good announcements. I know you've got some. Tell us a little bit about what's happening.
Yeah, so we have some new releases that we're announcing here at the show. The problem that we're really focused on is this cloud native observability problem, right? Which is a result of a technology trend toward microservices as a software architecture to build these systems, and DevOps as an organizational approach to deal with them, right? So as the world has figured out the best way to build these systems, they realized, oh, we've created something that works better for meeting our business needs, right? We can modify the system faster if we build it this way. If we build it with microservices and we deploy it on top of Kubernetes. We can work with a distributed development team, right? So we've got a lot of little teams in a lot of little places. We can update the system all the time. So we get the business outcomes we want. Problem is, we ended up making a much more complex software architecture as a result. And it's hard to understand it, and it's hard to keep it working. That's where DevOps came from. What everyone realized as they did this for a while is that the skills you need to operate one of these systems turn out to be the same as the skills you need to build it. So you can't do what people used to do. You used to have a development team, and they would build it, and an operations team, and they would run it.
Throw it over the wall.
And
the old days.
And that stopped working, right? Yeah. So DevOps is a result of that. So that's a good thing. So now you're getting the outcomes you want because the developers who understand the system are the ones who are keeping it working. The problem is that squeezes them. Now they got twice as many responsibilities as they did before. Now they're not only responsible for building it, but they're keeping it working, they're on call, they're firefighting, and there's a bunch of problems when you're in that situation. So you're a developer, you're on call. One of the side effects of these really big cloud native microservices architectures, they're a lot more complicated. There's a lot more telemetry you need to understand what's going on. So if you're on call and you get lucky and the incident is in the part of the system that you work on, you're in good shape because you understand what's going on. If it's somewhere else, you got a problem. There's a monstrous amount of data just totally overwhelming you. Where do you start? You've got the skill to solve the problem, but you don't have the context to figure out how to navigate all of the data that's available to you. So that's what we focus on, and that's what the new release is really optimized for, is helping developers navigate that monstrous amount of data to give them the context to answer the question, where do I start? How do I figure this out? Right? That's what our new feature functionality is focused on.
Excellent. Well, it seems like when we adopt a new technology, new approach, things like that, I mean, just because we can build a cloud native or microservices architecture based application doesn't mean we know how to care and feed, diagnose and operate. That takes a while. It's kind of like, getting a sports car when you used to drive in a pickup truck. They're different, right? They got four wheels, engines, but no. They take different kind of care and feeding. And it seems like having that place to start, like help me jump into the right place with the right information, right context, not only helps you with solving whatever issue might be coming up or working on a performance challenge, whatever it might be, but also learning how the system behaves and operates better.
That's right.
Because you're absorbing that too, right? As well as you're kind of diving into a certain area.
Yep, and that's one of the things we hear all the time from people who try to keep these systems working is, I know my part of it, the rest of it is kind of a mystery. There's no one person who has the whole system in their heads, right? So we do a couple things about that. One of the problems is there's just a tremendous amount of data. So you need a lot of raw scale to be able to get all of the raw data to begin with, and Chronosphere does that. Secondly, you need to be able to pick and choose. You need to actually really make sure you're capturing the stuff that's important and shedding the stuff that isn't important. So we have a lot of telemetry control features that are there to help teams make sure that they're only storing and only paying for the telemetry that's really going to help them solve problems. And then the new stuff that we're introducing this week starts with a feature called Collections, which is the contextual focus. It's the thing that when you're on call and an alert goes off, it's the thing that tells you where to start. Instead of, well, there's 250 million metrics in this system and 1,400 dashboards. Here's a pair of tweezers. Where should you start?
There's a needle in there somewhere, right?
It navigates you to the right place. It says, here's what the people who've worked on problems like this before have learned and captured, and it takes you to the right place and orients you so that out of all of that information, you're concentrating on the small subset of the data that's actually going to help you solve the problem.
That's what I wanted to ask you about, is how do you know how to point someone to that place? Is it based on the data itself? Is it based on past experiences, knowledge of Kubernetes, working with other customers? Are there kind of some leading indicators?
Yep, it's based on both
trigger?
of those things, and it's also based on your own experience solving previous problems and what the people that you work with have captured about the things they learned so that you can take advantage of that. So it's all of those things. That's what our collections feature helps you with. Okay. The other stuff that we're adding is we've already got a lot of features that are built to help you control the avalanche of data, right? Turns out a lot of that data is being generated sort of speculatively because we're not really sure what we're going to need and we're crossing our fingers that we're going to have the right stuff. But you're paying for a lot of it that isn't very helpful. So we have a data telemetry control set of features that help you understand what's useful and only keep and pay for that stuff. What we're adding to that is a quota management feature. Because the problem turns out to be the central team, the team that sits in the middle. Usually what we generally see is there's a lot of developers who do this, and there's a small team that helps them and supports them. That small central team, they're responsible for paying the bill for the tools and teaching everybody how to use them. They don't know whether this data point or that data point is important, but they do know this service is important, that service is less important. So they can allocate budget, they can say, you get a quarter of the budget, you get a tenth of the budget, and then delegate down to the local people who work in the teams the decisions about which data to keep and which data not to keep. That's what our quotas feature makes possible.
Manages the quotas. Cool. How about the SRE folks? That's a hot topic. You know, everybody's
for sure
either wanting to build that function on their team or getting folks that have done that before, building that out.
Yep.
You know, they also have different needs too, right? Because they may be involved in triage, but they may also be working on performance issues or reliability. You know, things that we've seen happen in the past and what we could do to help the
what we hear frequently from SREs is very much that I have a broad domain that I care about. Because I'm doing something like performance optimization, I need to touch lots of areas of the system, and that's hard because it's hard to be an expert in all of them. So they have that same contextualization problem. I understand that I saw performance degradation and now I'm chasing it. I need to get in context. I need to be armed for that area of the system. So I turn to the collection that teaches me about the login service that I'm trying to tune or the checkout service that I'm trying to tune.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would imagine. And there's so much we can learn by each time we touch the system too, right? Not just for ourselves, but sharing with others. Talk a little bit about, I mean, it sounds like you're sort of starting cloud native with observability. You're not coming from a log aggregation background, right? I mean,
that's right.
You built product kind of as cloud native.
Yep.
What do you think what is the difference starting at that place rather than maybe someone who's been doing log aggregation for 5 or 10 or more years?
That's exactly right. That Chronosphere was born out of cloud native observability challenges. And what we see is that the difficulties in monitoring and understanding and caring for a system that's built this way out of sometimes thousands of microservices, each of which is small and simple in isolation, but that communicate in a complicated way. The design center for that, it's just different from the way systems used to work. And so tools that were built for a design center of monoliths, where there's a lot of internal complexity and we need to crack the thing open and x-ray it and show you its innards, they don't help as much on microservices environments, where the individual things, they're very simple. They do one thing. It's the way that everything is woven together that makes it complicated. That's what produces the avalanche of telemetry and the need to navigate it and control it.
Very good. Well, so can folks get like a free account or cloud account or down open source, or how do people get a hold of Chronosphere?
Chronosphere is a SaaS app. So the way you interact with it is you go to our website, and there's a path there that will get you to a demo that you can take a look at how the software works. Yep.
Okay, very cool. Well, congratulations on the new release. I also want to mention you have an event, an online learning event, webinar coming up on November 8th. I forget who's on it. I may even be doing it, I'm not sure, but you know, we're all so busy these days. But we'll get a chance to dive into this more and talk about Chronosphere and some of the challenges that people have.
Excellent. Well, we're very much looking forward to that event.
It'll be a lot of fun. Cloud Native's a great topic to explore and learn from. So, well, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you stopping by. And as I mentioned, good luck with the show, and kind of keep us up to date. Hope we have you back again soon.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mitch.
Jeff Cobb. Jeff, head of product with Chronosphere. So we'll be right back with another great interview. Jeff, thanks for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Hey everyone, we're back live here. We just had our lunch break on our final day of coverage from KubeCon Amsterdam. It's been a great week, and we're going to continue right up here till the end. My next guest is Alois Reitbauer. No, say it for me.
Alois.
Alois Reitbauer. He's with Dynatrace. He's been with Dynatrace for 17 years. I know for most of you who stay in your job a year and a half and it feels like forever, 17 years is almost incomprehensible. But this is how people work. This is how it used to be. A lot of people stayed in their job and got a pension when they were done.
But now everybody knows that I started to work when I was 8 years old. So
well, that's a beautiful thing to start at 8 years old, Alois. Tell us your story, though. 17 years, you're going to be doing something right. Tell us about your journey.
I think it's actually a nice segue into the story and also the story of the whole observability space overall, because very often people ask me, like, how can you do the same job for 17 years?
Yep.
And the truth is I didn't do the same job for 17 years. Obviously, it was always in the monitoring, performance management space. When we started 17 years ago, we had a lot of very different problems to solve. So when Dynatrace started, the uniqueness when the product came out and Dynatrace was really a startup, we were the first ones who could create distributed traces in production without bringing the system down. So the challenge was, can you do it? Can you do it with little overhead? Can you get all that data? We were able to do memory dumps, profiling, things today with OpenTelemetry we think are table stakes.
Right.
They were really challenging back then. And believe it or not, I mean, back then the big system was 25 machines.
That was a big
environment.
25 nodes.
25 nodes of WebSphere. That was a lot of data to ingest back then.
So this is 2005. 1999. I helped start with 98, an ASP, application service provider, and we are offering Lotus Notes. Don't laugh. Lotus Notes hosting. On it wasn't even called WebSphere then. I think it was called Domino.
Domino, yeah.
Actually, it was even before Domino, and then it became Domino. And there wasn't, in 98, it was like VMware wasn't really there yet. You didn't have that whole virtualization. Yeah, it was just, it wasn't easy. It was not easy. And the idea of being able to monitor, it was damn near impossible to really, if you had that kind of setup, and we were hosting 10,000 seat Lotus Notes installs. The monitoring of that was, terrible.
And tracing then. When
tracing, we didn't even try tracing. This is before there was Dynatrace, right? How are you, maybe some of our people could have done it, but it was just, this is why we didn't make our SLAs. But anyway, it's an interesting thing, otherwise. People may not understand what we mean by dynamic tracing. How would you explain it?
So the idea behind it, I mean, everybody's now more familiar with distributed tracing is...
Distributed tracing, excuse me.
But back then it was really dynamic because you could trace through code, but it was really, you had to custom instrument it and had to just run that application in instrumented mode. We were the first ones to instrument it. So instrumentation actually meant adding the tracing in there, what we do with OpenTelemetry. Now, but doing it dynamically actually meant you did not touch the application. You used the proper APIs, whether it was a JVM. Actually, JVMs were the first ones. Like was it Java, most of enterprise code was and still to a great extent is running on Java. You changed more or less the classes as they got loaded into the environment, added the instrumentation based on rules, and then built up your distributed tracing. And then, one of the key innovations back then we had that you could change it at runtime. So you did not have to restart the JVM, you did not have to recompile it, but you could say, trace this method now for me, and it suddenly worked. It was massive, and even instrumentation wouldn't have worked.
Right.
Today we see more and more people. Actually, this framework, even if you walk around here, yes, we support OpenTelemetry, yes, we support Prometheus. Back then you didn't have it, and like your example with Lotus Notes, a lot of software back then, like these massive stacks, like whether it was a WebSphere, this J2EE, whatever they were called first, application servers. you had to dynamically instrument it because like 90% of that code had no instrumentation in them, so you wouldn't have a single distributed trace.
Nope.
And that's where the value proposition from Dynatrace in the very beginning, in its very early days, came from. Oh, you can do it without slowing down production, and you can do it in environments we can't even touch, and we still see it end to end. It's what I remember, like helping people debug WebSphere, and we were literally instrumenting WebSphere during that startup phase of WebSphere, figuring out what's wrong. And for people back then, this was pure magic. Like, how can you even?
Yeah, no, it was. It was. You know, we called I remember those days where it was magic. It was magic. And a lot of our audience out here, they don't know a world working where there wasn't an open telemetry or Prometheus. But for those of us of that age, you know, we really appreciate what these open source, the cloud native, we're here at Cloud Native Con, what it's meant, right, to people doing this job day in and day out. And to me, there's two views here. There's people who are doing this job who can use like an open telemetry and Prometheus and then a Dynatrace on top of it.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like stealing money. I mean, compared to the old way you'd have to do this. I mean, what a difference. But I'd like to focus for a little bit. What does it mean to Dynatrace to have these great open source projects kind of underlying that you can then, so you don't have to get down at that plumbing level, but you could, you know, build on top of that and really deliver more value.
Yeah, so obviously we also contributed to open telemetry, and we were really from day one because we believed it and it had a massive value proposition. I think it's good that we started this very early days, so without this becoming a history lesson, but it
I'm sorry to make it that.
I think it motivates a lot of what also like from a financial development side, what happened. Because what we had to do back then, we reverse engineered all of these applications. So what do we have to instrument where do we get that data out? And that was a lot of this initial knowledge that we had, like how do we do this? How did we find it out? Like massive amount of the work back then was reverse engineering applications so they could be monitored. And everybody was doing it. We were doing it, the New Relics were doing it, Datadogs, back then even Wiley was doing it.
Yeah, I remember that.
So there was a lot of companies doing reverse engineering applications so that they could provide monitoring. And when OpenTelemetry came along, I was actually way more excited that suddenly all these middleware providers, all these framework providers would do it for us, not just that we have less work, I mean that's great too, but they understand their applications and their frameworks much better than we do, and everybody's like on par in the industry. We can then take this data and focus more, how do we analyze it, how do we
higher
work?
value.
Because the data, we talked about the 25 servers that were a lot today, 1,000 containers is nothing. So the focus entirely shifted over the years. Let's collect the data to let's analyze, process, and make sense of the data.
Couple of things on that, right? So first of all, you also, when we talk about reverse engineering these applications, the vendors who made those applications were not real happy.
Not really.
About reverse engineering the application, because the applications weren't like apps today where, you know, they're kind of Frankenstein with 80% open source glued together with some custom code, maybe 10, 15% custom code, and there's your application. Back then, the entire application was closed, was you know, opaque. So reverse engineering these applications was a big undertaking. It took a lot of effort, a lot of engineering, and then the vendors themselves would really be upset about it. So they weren't like your friend, they weren't cooperating necessarily, right?
It was an interesting story with a lot of them. Like when we came in back in the days, it's like you could like make a movie like the Dynatrace people coming in, because most of the times we were coming in when stuff was not working. So back then you sold APM tools because something was not working. There wasn't proactive, we have to be better observability from a strategic perspective. No. Stuff is breaking in production, help us. That's actually was the first couple of years of my career really was. I went to a customer, helped them fix the application, get it back working. And I remember sometimes you walked in there, wanted to help that customer as part of a proof of concept. and then there were 3 vendors sitting in there, looking at you. And you were in this situation, you actually give them insights into their application they never had before. And they very often, don't listen to these people. What they tell us about our application, it's not entirely true. But that very often, it was usually the first 1 to 2 days of these engagements. It lasted longer than 1 day because you
had to.
were really doing performance engineering with them. But then they started to see, actually, if we had this visibility, our engagements would be shorter, our customers would be less
and our products would be better.
Yeah. I had situations where like very big 3-letter companies were flying in people globally for these meetings.
Really?
Yeah, I mean the flight costs, today we talk about carbon footprint. You don't want to know what the carbon footprint of such an engagement was. So in the beginning they didn't like it, but then they realized they could provide more customer value and still not having to deal with all of this because it was actually available. We even had, very funnily, for one customer, we had like their special support group from one of those vendors during Black Friday, and we were working together. We were finding actually errors in their code that they were not aware of. And at the end, they really did like this T-shirt exchange, like you do at a soccer game. Here you get our special.
And they'll give you mine.
You give you mine. Yeah. So
crazy.
It changed during the collaboration because they saw the value eventually.
Absolutely. You said something earlier too that I think is important though. We've gone from valuing the ability to collect data to valuing the ability to analyze data. And to me, that's a huge kind of defining line of what it is, because collecting data today, look, we have the databases, we have the infrastructure where we could collect, if we're willing to pay the fees for it, we could collect as much data as we want. But making that data into actionable intelligence, or finding actionable intelligence, is I think really what Dynatrace's business is today.
It is, and we started like 7 8 years ago when we released our back then new platform, where for the first time we used AI approaches like causal AI, having models to find anomalies in applications and doing root cause analysis on top of it. That was really where like our business started to really change. So we're no longer about data collection. That was still an issue in some environments and needed to be done properly well. Back then we've been doing it for so long. First it was kind of table stakes, it was work, but it was there. But then we started to see massive container environments running highly dynamic. I remember like one of those early container environments of back then, a very big customer. I think they were running tens of thousands of containers back then on Mesos. And you saw a problem, and some were disappearing, others were appearing. That system was trying to heal itself, and even trying to understand how the system was changing underneath, because these systems suddenly tried to repair themselves on that level, was massive, and it really helped people. In the beginning, they didn't trust it. Like, okay, the AI is really smarter than I am. No, it's not smarter, but think about a GPS. If in a city, you might
it's
not
more
get the...
efficient when you're automating. But that brings up a whole nother issue about AI, though, right? And I don't know, do we want to go there now?
We can go there, we can go there.
So what do you think what effect is AI going to have here on Dynatrace, on this kind of business, on observability?
Yeah, I think there's AI and AI, like we like put it all together in a big bucket. So when we talk about AI and Dynatrace, we have actually a couple of different layers and different actually methodologies. We have the one is more focused on the statistical side, like the models we have for anomaly detection. Some people might claim it's not AI, but it still is. It's using learning models underneath.
That's what AI is, yeah.
It's still a lot of statistics underneath.
Machine learning.
Yeah. Well, even like LLMs and GPT underneath is kind of statistics, but it does amazing things. Then we have what we do with the causality analysis, where we have like this more or less understanding how the environment works, observing it in real life, doing some causal analytics, like, okay, if a service that's running on a host that's running out of CPU is slow, this is kind of related. If this service is consumed by others, they're having errors, this is kind of related. That's the causality, explainability. That's step one. I see something in my environment, like a lot of things, like how are they related, how they do play into each other. That's where we have the causal AI side. And obviously, recently with like ChatGPT and all these OpenAI approaches, I think they fit into a whole another category. They are more on okay, what can we do once we know something? Like come up with a creative but well-grounded solution to a problem. Like my Kubernetes configuration is not scaling. How would I have to modify it based on the load? And like building like this next layer, or even like you have an exception in your code, you want to get an explanation, you're reaching out to a GPT type LLM, a model that was trained on it. And I see this actually all playing together. Like level one is really need to understand your environment. That's a lot of the statistical part. Then you make sense out of it. That's a lot of the causal AI, rule-based. Like building up all the context, then you're feeding this into this LLM so that they can really do something with it, but help you maybe change your Kubernetes configuration so it's working. Or you just say, oh, I have a problem here, my JVMs are going out of memory. Can you just create me an Ansible script that automatically restarts them? So why should you have to type this?
Right.
So I think that's how like the different layers are starting to eventually play together. But the very central point is what we always like to say at Dynatrace as well, like context is king.
Yeah.
How much do I know and how much understanding do I have of this environment so that I can go in that direction? So I think eventually it's all kind of playing together.
Absolutely. We're past time.
Oh, yes, yeah.
It's okay though. We had a break here. We didn't have anyone waiting. For people who want to get more information about Dynatrace, what's the best website to go?
Dynatrace.com, or follow us on Twitter.
Or on Twitter. All right. I know you've got a plane to catch back home to Austria.
Yeah. So now I'm in good shape. So yeah.
Good luck to it. I hope you make it. We're going to take a break. We've got about another hour and a half here on KubeCon before we wrap it up. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in a minute. Hey everyone, we're back here live at KubeCon Day 3 coverage. We've got maybe another hour and a half of our live coverage going on, so if you could stay with us, appreciate it. For those of you back home in the US, maybe you're just getting up and starting your day, we're happy you can come on and join us. Remember, everything you're seeing here is going to be available on demand on Techstrong TV, Techstrong.tv as well. My next guest is a friend of ours. It's Matt Butcher. Matt is the CEO, founder of a company called Fermion.
Fermion, yeah.
Fermion.
It's great.
Pronounce it right for me.
Fermion, yeah.
Fermion.
Mitch always gets me to sing the Take Me On Aha song.
Well, go ahead, man.
There you go.
Sing it.
There
Now you brought it up.
Now I have to sing it. All right.
Go ahead. Look in that camera back. I'm only kidding. I'm not going to make you do that. We'll wait for when Mitch interviews you.
It's the third day of the conference. I can't sing anymore.
This is also why I guess you've been doing a lot of singing.
Yeah.
So, hey, Matt, seriously, though, let's start with a little bit about you. Right? A lot of people out there, we interview founders all day here. There's a lot of people out there who say, man, my dream is to found a company one day. Talk to them about your journey.
Yeah, the big thing for me, the way I really started to get onto the path that eventually led to being able to start up a company was getting involved in open source. And very early in my career, I dabbled around in a few projects, but gradually started to understand that you find projects that are interesting, you contribute to them, you participate, you find yourself not just writing code, but becoming part of a community. I mean, KubeCon's an excellent example of a community that when we went to the first KubeCon, there were under 100 people there. Right? You could pretty much meet everybody at the conference. And you kind of form those relationships and you build up a network of people. And when you become part of a thing that takes off like this, not only do you have the ideas and the background that go with understanding the ecosystem, but you already have those relationships with people who can help you out along the way. For us, we started a company called Deus. Deus ended up getting acquired by Microsoft.
Sure did.
There, we formed this great team of people who were just innovation-minded people, creative engineers. And when we had that kind of idea that was like, this is the thing, this is the next big thing, this is what we want to build, we could just go together and say, all right, we know how to do this, we're gonna go make a shot at it, and it has been fantastic. So we started Fermion right at the end of 2021. We all kind of came out of the real funk of COVID, right, and said, this is the time, let's do it, we've got an idea. And here we are, year and a half later, having a great time sort of pioneering this next wave of cloud computing.
And we're going to get into that here, but you know what, Deus, I'm just trying to think, my friend from Deus from Boulder went to Microsoft, then he went to DigitalOcean, he just left there and he went now.
Gabe was at Gabe was the CTO of Deus and was Chief Product Officer.
Gabe Monroy.
Yeah.
So he just left DigitalOcean, and did he go to Google?
He's a vice president at Google now. Yeah.
Yep. Good people. Smart guy too.
Oh yeah.
I remember meeting him. I think I had just started DevOps.com, and I interviewed him because my roots were in Boulder.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, he's smart guy. This kid's going to do something.
I'll tell you a funny story about Gabe. In fact, when I worked for Gabe at Deus. He comes. We were Gabe and I and a small team had been talking about this new emerging technology called Kubernetes, right at the very beginning of the Kubernetes ecosystem, and Gabe says, I think we should take the project we're working on, the platform as a service that we're building, and we should port it over to Kubernetes and make it the first Kubernetes PaaS. And I said, Gabe, that's an excellent idea. I am all in on this. He says, so. We're having an all hands meeting next week. I'd really like you to explain Kubernetes to everybody. And I said, so to all the engineers? And he said, no, to the whole company, including finance and marketing and.
Oh yeah, that'd be an easy task.
Yeah.
Let's start with K.
Yeah. And then he says, and I gave you the slot after lunch. And I'm going, Gabe,
good. Everybody be sleepy.
Yeah. So
and then it's a scintillating conversation.
Yeah. So I went home, found some of my daughter's stuffed animals and took a couple pictures of them. and built a little story around these animals that I called the Illustrated Children's Guide to Kubernetes.
Really?
And then we pitched, I put it together, the world's worst PowerPoint presentation, right? Sat in front of the company, explained Kubernetes using these stuffed animals, and Karen Chu, who is in the marketing department, said, oh, we should turn this into a book. And so she took it and turned it into a book. And now, years later, right?
I saw it here in the
they're
store.
all over here. Yeah, we turned over
it.
the characters to CNCF. There are now like 8 books in the series.
That's where the characters came from.
Yeah.
You heard it here,
yeah,
guys.
That's right.
A great little story. I love that, man. Good stuff.
And all because Gabe made me explain Kubernetes after lunch to the whole company.
Absolutely. Shout out to Gabe, man. Good luck in the new gig. So Matt, let's talk about Ferryman. You say Ferryman.
Fermion.
Fermion.
There you go. I sang.
So another friend of mine has a company called Firemon. I don't know if you know Firemon.
Okay,
You know them? Jody Brazil's the CEO. My friend Rich Mogul is VP of Cloud over there, but that's where I keep getting it. We'll see them next week at RSA. Anyway, Fermion. You can't say Fermion without thinking about WebAssembly.
That's good. That's
all that. So I'm going to play Gabe. You're Matt again. It's right after lunch.
The timing is perfect, but where are my stuffed animals? Anybody got stuffed animals?
I can get you. Look, if you want, we'll go get them for you. But, so explain WebAssembly to our audience.
The interesting thing about WebAssembly, as the name implies, it was a browser technology that was designed so that developers could bring their own programming languages and use them with JavaScript in the browser. But there are 3 characteristics of WebAssembly that make it really interesting. One has a very, very good security model, what we would call an isolation model to prevent that application running inside the WebAssembly runtime from doing anything dastardly with your system, right? The second characteristic is it's very high performance language. It's designed to start fast and execute fast. If you remember back in the early Java days, one of the big critiques of Java was the speed. And the developers who built WebAssembly said, okay, well, if we're building this kind of technology, it's got to be fast. And then the third one is it needs to be cross-platform and cross-architecture, run on Windows, without having to recompile for ARM or recompile for Intel. So, that's where it came from. For us, here's my team of engineers, and we're going, okay, we want to build a cloud service that is far more economical, far more performant, and easy for developers to use. And we want to have this thing be the third kind of cloud compute. So we've got virtual machines, we've got containers, and we knew we needed this kind of high performance bucket over here where we could execute the kind of serverless workloads that we've all been trying to build the right model for. And so we start looking around the ecosystem, and the surprise to us is, hey, this little browser technology, actually we could pick it up and put it over here on the cloud and check off every one of those checkboxes. So Fermion began building that particular platform, started working with other people in the ecosystem. WebAssembly is a W3C standard, so that means the same standards body that's doing HTML and CSS, they're the ones who are doing WebAssembly. So that you've got this great sort of incubation engine for pushing forward a standard, and then we can just really focus on that serverless application of this technology. So it's been, year and a half now, and WebAssembly has kind of caught on quite a bit here at KubeCon, where we are today. The very first day of KubeCon on Tuesday, they had the WASM Day event where hundreds of WebAssembly engineers got together here, discussed the state of the standard.
I heard it was standing room only.
Oh, it was fantastic. It was fantastic. And that really, I think, colored, when we did our Fermion workshop earlier this week, we thought we'd have about 50 people show up here. We had about 340 people show up. It's just been, and that's the way the WebAssembly ecosystem is going now. And that, I think, really indicates that this idea of having 3 kind of cloud runtimes, a big, heavyweight, workhorse like virtual machines, a middleweight one where you can bring existing services like containers, and then this lightweight one for serverless that's powered by WebAssembly, that's a model that's really resonating with people.
So I think it's resonating now, but I really, in my mind, look, the whole WASM WebAssembly thing, as we continue to move to the edge, to embedded, and these kinds of things, that lightweight model becomes a lot more, the advantages of it become a lot more powerful. You know, because when you're in the cloud, yeah, you know what? I don't care. It's like, you know, your dad wanted to ride the big old Cadillac, right? He didn't care that it was a gas guzzler.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And, you know, but when you don't have that option, WebAssembly is the best game in town for you.
Yeah. And I think that's very much, I mean, Edge has really kind of developed in us as software developers, as platform engineers, this recognition that simply dividing the world into the data center and the local network is not going to cut it, right? We carry our mobile devices with us everywhere. We walk from one network to another. We drive from one network to another with great regularity. And to figure out how to be good stewards of the compute resources around us and make the most of them, you need a technology that can kind of move along with you. And WebAssembly really, I think, is that technology more than anything I've seen in my something year-long career, right?
Yeah, I hear you. We've all been there.
Yeah.
And so that I think it's going to continue. But and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to.
but the camera's rolling anyway,
but
right?
The camera's rolling. At what point does WebAssembly need its own foundation?
Well, so there is a foundation around WebAssembly that's focused very much on the specification, right? It says, you know, when you think about the way the Kubernetes ecosystem goes, there are really two foundations that come into play. There's CNCF, which, you know, puts on these fantastic events, really forms a locus for the community.
But also is the steward of 40 or 50, whatever it is, projects.
Yeah.
Of which Kubernetes is one. A big one,
but just
it's
one. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And then there's also the OCI, the sort of lesser known, the Open Container Initiative, and they really focus on saying, okay, we need to get the container part to work well. We need to be able to move the containers, you know, when we store them in registries, when we pull them down, we need to define common formats. It's an unglamorous life, but it has to be done. I think that in the WebAssembly ecosystem, the Bytecode Alliance is sort of like the OCI. But then as we just talked about, right, WASM Day is run by the CNCF. And so the way I've started looking at this is foundations can play different roles in any ecosystem. CNCF has done an extraordinary job of saying we will be sort of like the ecosystem and community destination where, you know, people can mill around, get to know each other at these amazing events, right? You know, there's a commercial space for companies, there's a social space for individuals to get together, you know, in that kind of metaphorical sense, right? We go out to dinner together, we spend time together, then we walk the show floor the next day and stop by and get our squishy toys and all the... And I think CNCF really could play that role in the WebAssembly ecosystem as well. It's not, especially from my perspective, they're still operating in the same realm. But I'm happy to see the Bytecode Alliance as this place where we can get together, we can work on the specifications, we can write reference implementations, and they tend to be very much focused on the engineering effort that's sort of the foundation for the community and ecosystem that's built upon it.
Matt, we only got a minute here left or so. Here's what I'd like to ask you to do, though, if you don't mind.
I'm not going to sing again, am I?
No. Look, Mitchell makes you sing. I'm not going to do that to you. We'll wind up getting the whole frat suspended for hazing again. No, but I'd like you to look into that camera.
Yeah.
And for people who are saying, man, I want to get in on this WebAssembly thing. I want to understand WASM, but I'd like to understand Fermion.
Right.
I got it right by the end.
You did,
right?
And you didn't even have to sing it like I did.
No, well, I can't sing. That's why I feel bad making you sing. I'm terrible. But, like, what's the on-ramp? Give them the path.
I mean, at Fermion, what we are building is a serverless platform where you can very quickly and easily write serverless applications, right? And you should be able to go. This is our core user story. You should be able to go from blinking cursor to a deployed application in 2 minutes or less. And that's a great way to build your first WebAssembly project, to try out the language you like, whether it's JavaScript or .NET or Rust, and just give it a try and build your very first thing. Easiest place to get started on that, head over to fermion.com and click on the Spin Quick Start Guide, and you can be up and running in 2 minutes or less.
How do you spell Fermion?
Fermyon.
There, you got it, Fermion. Hey, Matt, a pleasure, man.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. You know what? You heard it here today. The origin of the Kubernetes stuffed animal, the Cloud Native Computing Foundation stuffed animals is Matt Butcher right here. He doesn't get credit for it. Now we know. But also go check out Fermion. It's great. We've got a lot more going on here at Cloud Native Con, KubeCon. Stay tuned. We're going to be back in a minute. Hey everyone, we're back here live with our coverage for KubeCon. We're getting into the home stretch here. There's maybe an hour and a half left of floor time here this year, so we're going to try to make the most of it. My next guest is Yoni Ryan. Yoni is with Zesty, and many of you may not know Zesty, but I hope by the end of today's interview you will, and you'll get to know Yoni a little bit. Yoni, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thank you, welcome. Thanks for having me.
Let's hear a little bit about your story.
So my story. So currently I lead the sales team at Zesty. I joined the company about a couple of years ago. I'm originally from New York.
Okay.
Moved to Israel when I was about a year old, and I've been there ever since. Tell by my heavy Israeli accent.
Yeah, I could hear that New York in there.
Oh yeah, it doesn't go away, does it?
No.
And I've been working in the high-tech scene for about 15 years now.
Very cool.
And joined Zesty when it was about 35 employees about 2 years ago. We're now about 150 strong and growing daily.
Great. So what attracted, well, let's hear a little bit about Zesty and then what attracted you to go work there.
All right, sure. So Zesty is a cloud optimization software. Okay, we built in a platform to allow for any company to optimize their cloud both financially and on the day-to-day activities. Okay, the idea is to give the customers the ability to manage the dynamic cloud infrastructure. Cloud is constantly changing, constantly adapting, but the infrastructure is pretty rigid. When you start using AWS, start using any cloud infrastructure, you have to predict, you've got to guess what your utilization is going to be, what your usage is going to be. You've got to predict 3 years in advance. Again, 3 years ago, we hit COVID. No one knows what's going to be in 3 years from now.
Right.
So trying to guess that guesswork is ridiculous. So we built a platform to try and help customers deal with that.
You know, this is I'm starting to see this more and more, right? So first of all, look, the whole rise of FinOps and cloud costs, especially within a down economy when things get tight, everyone's looking to save $1 anywhere they can. And so look, I was here when cloud first started. I was here before cloud started. One of the nice things about cloud was this promise of elasticity. Absolutely. You could go up and down as you need it. But in reality, no one's cloud ever goes down. It's like a one-way street, right?
That's true, that's true.
It gets bigger and it gets bigger, but it never gets smaller, or not without a lot of hard work and a lot of reminders from the finance department and these kinds of things. So, a product like this, like Zesty, is what we're looking for.
So that's exactly right. I mean, the idea behind Zesty is exactly that. Cloud is constantly growing, and even if it's not necessarily growing day to day, you have to predict it's going to grow because you want to get the best pricing, you want to get the best capabilities, you want to get the best machines. So you have to guess, and you're going to putting in a lot of money, a lot of effort into trying to estimate what it's going to be 3 years from now. Zesty, we have two main solutions, one focused on EC2, one focused on EBS. But our EBS solution does exactly what you just said, it doesn't exist. We shrink EBS volumes in real time. We adapt the volumes to match your usage. So
that's great.
It will grow and shrink according to what you're actually doing on EBS, rather than just guessing.
That's amazing. That's great stuff. So, look, I know you can't walk 3 feet today without tripping over some AI, right? Everybody's talking AI. But how does Zesty use AI to do this? What's the secret sauce
there? So yes,
there?
we have an algorithm behind it. Our algorithm, what it's doing is it's monitoring in real time actual usage, both on EC2 and EBS, understanding what you're currently using. Again, in EC2, it could be what machines you're spinning up, and accordingly, Zesty's algorithm will buy and sell reserved instances to maximize your coverage and maximize your savings. On EBS, it's a similar idea. We're constantly monitoring how much data you're putting into your EBS volumes. As these volumes grow, Zesty will expand the disks and expand the capacity to adapt to that, so you never reach capacity, you never fail. You don't have to babysit your cloud and get called at 3 in the morning. I need to expand the disk because it's going to crash. That doesn't happen anymore. And as it shrinks back down, Zesty will shrink those volumes to actually match what's on the disk.
Excellent, excellent. Now that was only half of the story though. The EC2 story?
The EC2 is a similar idea. It's using reserved instances. Okay? With EC2, if you want to save money on EC2, you have to commit 3 years in advance. A year, 3 years. Most companies will commit part of their infrastructure, and the other half they'll leave on demand because they don't want to overcommit. Even AWS recommend coverage of 75 to 80%. The other 20% is leaving on demand. Zesty will constantly monitor the usage. As you spin up more machines, they'll buy more RIs with 3-year RIs to get maximum discounts. As you spin down machines, Zesty will sell off those RIs.
Who does it sell it to? To other Zesty customers?
To other AWS customers. AWS have a secondary marketplace for RIs.
I wasn't aware.
Yeah, we utilize that. We get maximum discounts. And we are so confident in our ability to do this in real time. We have a buyback guarantee. So there's no risk to the customer. The customer knows that if it takes us an hour to sell those off, completely on Zesty.
That's a great thing, man.
Absolutely.
That's really great. How many, well, I don't know if you even want to talk, but how many times have you had to invoke the guarantee?
No, the guarantee comes into play because, again, it could take an hour to sell off. That hour is on us. It could be an hour, it could be 2 hours. That the idea is to remove the risk from the customers, because at the end of the day, if it's FinOps, if it's DevOps, they don't want, no DevOps engineer was ever hired, and when they was hired, they were asked, how good are you at predicting usage?
Right.
How good are you to predict what's going to be in 3 years?
Not one of their things.
That's not their job description.
I get it. Very cool. Before we pivot on to something else, for people who want to find out more about Zesty, what's the website?
www.zesty.co.
CO. Okay. Now, you guys recently announced some new product features.
That's correct. For the Zesty Disk, for the EBS capabilities, we released a new capability just a couple days ago called Easy Shift for migrating existing EBS volumes into Zesty Disks. The idea of Zesty Disk is the ability to grow and shrink is unique. And until now, a lot of our customers were utilizing for new disks, when they're scaling up new disks, and it's easy to kind of do that from scratch. But the existing disks, where they have immense amounts of waste, was a little bit harder because you have to migrate and it took a lot of downtime. So we just released a new capability called Easy Shift, where the idea is to minimize that downtime to the absolute minimum so they can shift over easily to Zesty Disk.
Excellent. That's available at zesty.co now. Is it general release? All in there.
No, absolutely.
Let's turn a little bit here to KubeCon. Look, 10,000 people sold out. It's very busy. What have you been hearing from people coming by your booth and your conversations with people?
People are very excited. The world has sort of shifted in the last few months. As you mentioned before, the world is sort of in a financial flux. Everyone's looking to save some money. Everyone's looking to do more with less. So Zesty allows the same engineers to bring more value to their company without having any risk to their job, without having any worry about financial aspect. They're bringing a lot more value for a lot less time and effort.
Absolutely. One of the things I've noticed is not that there's less developers, but there's more ops people here. Mm-hmm. Platform engineers, SREs, ops people, DevOps.
Absolutely.
True?
Absolutely. That's definitely true. A lot more SREs, a lot more people who their titles are DevOps. These are, again, if we're looking from my perspective, our company, these are exactly the people that Zesty Disk appeals to, because these are the people who at 3 in the morning are getting those emergency phone calls saying, if you don't expand disk, it's going to crash, the whole system's going to fail. So these are the ones who are very excited to have somebody else babysit the cloud for them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Going forward, look, God willing, I hope this economic situation improves, but what do you think Zesty, what do you think the role Zesty plays here going forward?
So Zesty has been very unique in the field. There are a lot of companies who are trying to do what we're doing. We're constantly developing new solutions, new capabilities, expanding our footprint both within AWS and also multi-cloud. We're looking into other solutions. So we've got a whole lot of new surprises coming out.
Excellent. Yoni, anything else we didn't touch on?
Not that I can think of.
Not that you can think of. All right. Hey, man, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank
Good luck
so
with
much.
Zesty. We are continuing our day 3 coverage here at KubeCon. We're going to take a quick break, get our next guest wired up. Until then, it's zesty.co.
That's correct.
Zesty. Go check it out. Save some dollars. Be more efficient in your cloud use. We didn't even mention sustainability, less of a carbon footprint, all of that good stuff.
Absolutely.
All right. Hey, we'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hey everyone. All right, we're back here. Last hour and a half of KubeCon. People are mulling around the show floor, I guess, for their last kind of tour of the stands and talking to people. Of course, for those of you who don't know, the next KubeCon is in America, North America. It's in Chicago. I believe I think it's November actually. In Chicago, and then they've announced next year's KubeCon in Europe will be in Paris. So if we didn't catch us here, you can catch us there. Also, just a quick reminder, we are going right from here to San Francisco for the RSA conference, and we will be streaming and broadcasting all week from there. So catch us next week on the road again as this road show continues for Techstrong TV. My next guest here at KubeCon is Gert Drapers, or Droppers if you're here in Amsterdam and you're Dutch. You might pronounce it that way. Gert is with Acerto, and Gert, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you for being here. So Gert, I said Droppers is the kind of Dutch pronunciation.
Yeah.
You actually happen to be?
I'm actually born spitting distance away from the convention center. Yeah,
This is like coming home.
It's like coming home after 25 years, yes.
It's been 25 years that you moved out of Amsterdam.
Yeah, 96, it's like we moved.
And you live in Seattle now, right?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
A bit of a ride away. So I'm glad this gave you a chance to come home.
Yeah.
Tell us about what brought you from Amsterdam to Seattle and then to Acerto. Give us a little story.
So, well, relational databases brought me to Seattle.
Of all things.
I'm a database guy, so I joined the SQL Server team at Microsoft. I worked at Microsoft here in the Netherlands before. And so I spent 24 years of my life there, so it's like I'm actually not officially Seattle, I'm on the east side, but it's like...
Okay.
So I'm a data guy, and I interchanged data with developers and identity when I was in my various roles that I had in the 24 years. And so 2.5 years ago, it's like we started our own startup with an old colleague. It's the fourth time we're doing this together. Focused on authorization because we think that's a problem that is it's not really solved yet.
No.
Authentication, very much solved. Reasonable, good standards, practical standards. Authorization, not so much. So 2.5 years ago, we started on that journey, building, embracing at first OPA as an engine.
Sure.
And then quickly figuring out that it's a data problem.
It's always a data problem.
It's always a data problem. And so the challenge became, how do I bring the data to the authorization endpoint effectively? And 2 years later, when we started, I think there was a paper from Google at the time, but nobody was doing anything with it yet. And now, of course, the whole industry is rallying around Zanzibar because realistically, customers or users, it resonates better.
Yeah.
It's way less friction. So we turned the model around and said, all right, we're going to be data-driven, but for these tail end calls that need to be attribute specific, we can still leverage capabilities that Rego has, but then it's as it was in payload. So
let me ask you I'm going to ask a favor of you. Because, not everyone in our audience is as savvy on this as you are. When we talk about the difference between authentication and my mind just went on me.
An
authorization. What's the difference?
The key difference, very simply said, authentication claims who you are. So it's a statement about who you are and who the actor is in a system. Authorization is what you can do. Right? And an authorizer, it's a bouncer standing at the door. The door is open, the door is closed.
Sure.
And by default, hopefully the door is closed.
Well, I'll be at RSA next week. I'm sure I'm going to hear all about zero trust and all of that stuff. But, you know, in my mind, though, this is always the discussion. So IAM, right? I've said for years, IAM is kind of the killer app of cloud security. Identification,
access management,
and access management. But in your definition, the identification piece is the authentication, right? So I know Gert is Gert.
Yes.
Now, just because Gert is Gert doesn't mean Gert can go wherever he wants.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And that's the authorization piece of it.
Exactly, yeah.
Because you're Gert, you could go here but not there, or you could go here now but not later. And when you go there, you could do this but not that.
Yeah.
And that's really what we're talking about here.
That's what we're talking about. And then also it's like bringing that in the context of like companies who deal with evolving business requirements, regulations, compliance needs.
Got to have a trail.
It's no longer, well, definitely, you need to have a trail, but you also need to be able to evolve.
Yeah.
And so far, it's like most applications have been building it inside the application. So separating these two concerns, that is like you have an external authorization engine, whereas like you can manage that separately and evolve it separately allows you to decouple these two aspects, which are very useful for companies to be able to deal with these compliance kind of regulation changes, etc., that are constantly being adjusted.
Yep.
And they have to comply. And so it's a means to actually remove some of the pressure of those application teams. That is like, they don't have to update their app. It's like if they can just update the policy definitions to reflect the requirements.
Yep. You mentioned two open source projects that I want to just make sure our audience understands. One was OPA, Open Source Policy Agent, folks at Styrer and others.
Exactly.
And that, we've covered that a lot on Techstrong TV. We cover it pretty regularly.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was at Zanzibar?
Zanzibar is the name of the paper.
Okay.
So Google wrote a paper of how Google implemented relational driven authorization for all their key assets. Google Drive, YouTube, Word docs, all the prime assets, and driving it through data. So they define what they call a manifest, which is simply, these are the entities that you talk about. So I'm talking about a document and a folder.
Mm-hmm.
And there is an actor, which we most of the time call the user, which can be grouped. But all these aspects are managed through data definitions. And it's like the work that they did is and the scalability in which they can do this at Google scale effectively proves to the outside world this is a feasible model and it's understandable. And since it's based effectively on set calculus, right, is you can prove it. You can prove that Alan has access to this, and you can turn it around and say who has access to this object, or who can walk through this door and who cannot. And that's very powerful because that's what people want to see when they create an authorization model for who can do what.
Understood. And I actually understood it before, but I wanted to make sure we laid it out for the audience so that they are right there with us. Got a few minutes left. Gert, I want to change the conversation a little bit. Talk about why you're here at KubeCon.
So, first of all, we're a CNCF member. So we have sandbox projects in the authorization space. So one for how to develop policies and how to distribute them in a secure supply chain. So that was one of the reasons. The other reason is to see where the rest of the open source ecosystem is going, and particularly WASM. It's there is a huge momentum building up. It's we had WASM Day at the beginning of the week, and it's it showed a tremendous amount of progress, way more, and it becomes really to its state where it's like you can start to build upon it. And that's exactly what we're planning to do. But that's those were the two reasons for
Absolutely.
that. It's like we just
Look,
did
I'm sorry, go ahead. I cut you off, I apologize.
I said we just did a session, it's like a birds of the feather, with all the other authorization projects inside CNCF. So OpenFGA, so that's the Okta Auth0 Zanzibar version. The Styra folks with OPA, ourselves, and then it's like we had an audience is like who actually is like we had a discussion with about what they need. And one of the questions things that came up is like, can we have a cloud native authorization work group at the CNCF level to get us these best practices?
Yeah.
And maybe even a standard, because there are no standards.
And you know what? It's funny. I was telling you earlier, we had Matt Butcher on earlier from Fermion, and he talked about sort of how WASM came about as part of CNCF. It's a very similar thing. You start off when the group is very small, and you kind of know everyone in the group because it's that small. But it grows, it builds, and that's how you get standards, and that's how you get to where you're going. So that's the path, right? From what I understand, the WASM on Tuesday, I forgot, there wasn't day zero events. It was whatever.
It was Tuesday, yes, you're right.
Tuesday was all the different events. The WASM sessions were standing room only, and they were packed. But it started as that very small group of people just talking about WebAssembly.
Oh, exactly. And there is so much diversity within the CNCF portfolio that it's very easy to build the connections of the building blocks. Right? In terms of, we brought OCI, Open Container Images, together with policy bundles. And sort of build a better together. I see Spiffy Inspire, right, for authorization between, or authentication between machine to machine, is an integral part of somebody's authorization structure, because you need to be able to do that. So that's why we're interested in the CNCF as a common ground where we can come together and collaborate, because it's like you can bring these things together at an open source level.
I agree with you 100%, and it'd be interesting. Gert, we're almost out of time. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a favor. Look into this camera here. Let our audience know, what's the best way to engage with Acerto?
The best way to engage with Acerto is like, go to our open source site, topaz.sh. You will find there a canned authorization solution that you can download in 5 minutes and get started experiencing. It's like how you can actually break up your authorization problem into smaller pieces and start integrating it. So that's my call to action.
Love it. Pleasure meeting you,
Awesome.
Gert Japers.
Thank you.
Right here, an Amsterdam boy makes good, goes away, comes home today.
Thank
to
you.
Amsterdam. Fantastic story. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong. We'll be back in a moment. Hey everyone, back here in Amsterdam for our live KubeCon coverage. We're wrapping up day 3. I can't believe 3 days went by this quick. It's been a blur, but we've had some great conversations. There's 10,000 people here. The buzz it's back, right? Speaking of back, let me welcome back my friend Andreas.
That's correct, absolutely. Thank
Prince. All right, I got it right. Andreas from StackState, and it's funny, we were talking here off camera. The first time I interviewed Andreas was in Nice at a DevOps World. You were at Zibia back then, Zibia Labs.
Zibia Labs, definitely.
And, the world goes round and round, it seems, doesn't it? And here we are now. Andreas, of course, as I said, is with StackState. But Andreas, besides working at Zibia Labs, why don't you introduce yourself to our audience?
Yeah, thank you. So, Andreas Prins, indeed, born and raised here in the Netherlands. And I'm working for StackState. Yeah, definitely.
I didn't realize that.
So this is my home game, absolutely.
Homeboy, local boy makes good.
Which is nice because my entire engineering team is here as well. So it's a kind of our social outing, being together, learning a lot.
Good for you guys.
And I'm leading the product team at StackState, so responsible for the strategy, the direction we're taking, and super exciting because the market is pivoting rapidly. Yes. So let's talk about it a little bit later. Yeah.
We're going to talk about the market, but first I want to talk a little StackState. Not everyone here is familiar, in our audience.
Yeah.
What would you tell them? Like, how do you explain StackState to them?
Yeah, so StackState is actually really simple. All of you know Grafana, Datadog, who bring you a lot of dashboards. And that's helpful because then you have insights on what's happening, but you don't have the answer yet on how to solve if issues arise in the landscape. So StackState does observability, but the next step they do is they pick up a signal and they attach what we call a remediation guide or a playbook, if you like, to it. So every software developer can then troubleshoot the issues that arise in his cluster. And that in particular is important because the Kubernetes layer, we've seen that here around at KubeCon, is more or less well established. There are many tools, the ecosystem is maturing, but now a lot of software development teams start to deploy to the Kubernetes cluster, and then they run into trouble. And then the question is, how do I remediate the issues that arise? And that's where StackState adds its unique capabilities to help regular teams out. And that is important because they want to focus on software development and not on knowing Kubernetes inside out, detailing, or knowing all the details there.
You know, 2 important things you spoke about I want to hit on. First of all, you're right. We've seen this evolution. I talked about it with someone earlier from Dynatrace.
Yeah.
17 years at Dynatrace.
Yeah.
He's their field CTO. We've seen this evolution of what we do with this data. Over the years, we've called it APM.
Yeah.
Just plain monitoring, APM. Now we call it observability. We've called it AI ops, ML ops. We've called it a lot of names, but it's still, underneath it was always the same. We wanted to get the metrics to somehow instrument how our apps, how our infrastructure, how it was performing. At first, we were happy to just be able to collect data.
Exactly, yeah.
Then we started collecting data really good. And we said, oh my God, we got so much data, we don't know what to do with it. And it's expensive to collect all and keep all this data. Well, maybe we shouldn't collect everything. Then we started saying, okay, well, what should we keep and what do we do with it? How do we analyze this data? Well, we'll try ML, we'll try AI, we try this, we try that. Now we got this new term, observability, right? And now we could get some actionable intelligence on data. But now, so now we know there's a problem. But between you and I, Andreas, we knew there was a problem all along because...
Well, I'm glad you're calling out. So if you take a look here at KubeCon, there are a couple players, let's say Chronosphere, CoreLogic, who understand that data or too much data becomes an issue. So you see solutions now in the observability space who really focus on, can I reduce the amount of data more accurately at the intake of the data? That's one trend we see. So, okay, there's too much data, how to lower it. The other thing is the awareness of what to do with the data. So if you have then the data, how do I make it actionable? And we've seen the move of SLIs, SLOs, SO more push it to building an understanding, what do I need to do from a business perspective? And funny enough, we thought we were super unique with our capability, and I still believe we are, but there are 4 more players who start to utilize the data for the purpose of troubleshooting. And that to me is the first conference where we meet other companies who also start to realize, okay, a dashboard is nice, but how do I use the dashboard for the purpose of getting back in a healthy state as quick as possible? Yeah.
And that really is stack state special sauce, right? Yes, you grab the data. You could use any tool to grab data. You could store the data, you could analyze data. What do I got to do to make it right?
Exactly.
And I like the way so the second thing I wanted to mention is I like the way you use the word playbook, right? Because whether it's a run book, a playbook, a recipe, a puppet script, this is something DevOps understands.
Exactly.
Right? That we have a repeatable script, a repeatable pattern of how we can do these things. Talk to me about that a little bit more.
So the playbook as such is not new. So if teams start to do post-mortem, so an incident has happened and they want to analyze the incident and they really want to know, hey, how can I avoid this happening again? They create a playbook. A list of actions that whenever it occurs again, you can real quickly solve it. What we thought is, but that's after the fact. How do we bring it really early on in the process? So as soon as you see early signals of it might fail, how can you then bring that playbook into the hands of the developer so he can himself check the logs, the events, but really guide it step by step. If this issue occurs, then this is your playbook that you need to follow. So rather than, and I would say kind of, well, not an evolution of AIOps, but AIOps was just almost magic, right? It happens in the box with AI and ML, but what is happening? You don't know. And now we made it more simple. We say, okay, there's a signal, and then there's a remediation guide that you need to follow. And that is in particular helpful because what we hear over and over, if you want to roll out cloud and Kubernetes platforms to bigger teams in the enterprise, there are only 5-6 people in that platform team or SRE team who really have the knowledge. But what about all your engineers? And these playbooks are a really good instrument where the SRE or the platform engineer can kind of encode his knowledge, do that once, and then for every situation that it occurs, well, then the tool will provide that playbook to the engineer. So it's also a really good way to capture the knowledge and to share that in your entire organization.
Fair, absolutely. If you don't mind, I'm going to pivot a little bit and say, you've had a lot of conversations here over the last 3 days. What are you hearing or seeing that kind of you want to share with the audience that you see as maybe trends that are coming out here, emerging?
So not exactly close to the stack stage business, but slightly broader, the rise of the developer portals or the developer platforms, if you like. There are quite a bit players around here that slowly start to understand, okay, with Agile and DevOps, we've gone really wide, freedom for every engineer, and now they realize, okay, there was probably a little bit too much freedom. Everyone has their own tools. How can I bring that back and really focus on onboarding developers real fast with the right tool suite and even beyond that tool suite. So that's one. And the fact that all of a sudden there are 3, 4, 5 of these companies at a single conference, to me shows that market is maturing
it's a sign.
Pretty rapidly. So that's one. Well, obviously, the platform management, it's cool to have Kubernetes, but how to deal when it becomes real. The third one, security. Everywhere, no doubts there.
Right in the middle, right front and center.
But that was already previous KubeCon and the KubeCon before as well. So that's a continuous stream.
Yep.
Yeah, and then what I mentioned, I see that pivot in observability. Okay, the dashboard is nice, but how do we make it more actionable? So I would call out these as the kind of the 4 important ones. At the same time, and that's not a critique to anyone, if you join sessions, it feels to me sometimes that they're super basic. And that is at the same time to me a signal that the market is still in its early days, maturing towards the masses, towards the bigger adoption. And that was a surprise to me. So I was expecting a lot more talks, there are also deep talks, but also a lot of talks were about the foundations of observability or monitoring. And it was a kind of a surprise that I would think, hey, people would know that by now. We're in this for 5, 6, 7 years. It's real already for a couple of years, but still there's obviously a big market for that.
So you know what? Because we live in bubbles. And sometimes, you know, you go around to, and it's also this whole, like crossing the chasm, you know?
Yeah, we're there. We're exactly at that moment. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what? You're dealing primarily with early adopters, those 15%. But then it crosses into the mainstream, and they don't adopt it so quickly. So observability and some of this stuff it's just coming.
It's just
to them.
starting. Yeah.
You know, I think the growth curve is still ahead of us, not behind us.
I think so as well. That was my
Good
lesson.
for Stack State,
Oh,
right?
definitely. I was super happy to notice that. That was my lesson as well. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then one funny, we started prior to the recording about release automation and CI/CD. The funny fact, that's an established market. I don't see many new entrants. The usual suspects are here, the Harness, the Code Fresh. And that is obvious because that market is about 12 years, 14 years old. So that's a mature market.
Well,
still
so
growing.
the only thing, it's still going, but I'll tell you, the GitOps. Because to me, GitOps is where CI/CD lives now.
Yeah, that's true. That's
you know,
true.
There's some stuff going on there. You know, I interviewed a few people. It's very good. But we'll see. I think we'll see how that develops.
I would say I'm not expecting a lot of new entrants.
No.
In this market, so people are maturing their offering and more people are adopting.
I think AI and automation still can twist and shape that market a bit. But we'll see. Anyway, hey, we're almost out of time, but I want to, for people out here who want to find out more about Stack State, what's the on-ramp? What's the easiest way for them to get engaged?
The easiest way to get engaged is go straight to play.stackstate.com, and we've provided a really great playground for you. There are even a couple KubeCon challenges where we've introduced issues in the cluster, and Stack State takes you through, and you can step by step remediate, or not remediate, but detect what the issue is, and then if it would be your own cluster, you can remediate it. And that's really the easiest way to get started.
I love it. Andreas, it's a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Go check out Stack State. What was it called?
Play.stackstate.com.
Play.stackstate.com. Coming on here. We're going to take a quick break, bring in our last guest of KubeCon. Stay tuned. Hey everyone, we are back. Man, what a 3 days this has been. We must have done 60, 70 interviews here, but I hope it gave you a flavor of the excitement, of the buzz, of how just great this KubeCon here in Amsterdam has been. we've got our last guest of the day. He wins the prize. I want to introduce you to Sebastian Schiller. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sebastian is with Kubermatic. And look, it's all on him. He's our last guest. He's going to tell us all about it. Sebastian, why don't we start, though, with a little bit about you?
Yeah, I'm one of the founders of Kubermatic. So having an engineering background, started the company 7 years ago. So really early also in this container and Kubernetes space. We are headquartered in Hamburg, but with a complete distributed team. So mostly our folks are here in Europe, but all over the world. And, really concentrate on Kubernetes. And I saw this on Wednesday in the keynote from Chris. So we are one of the top contributors to Kubernetes. So we are the top 10 of Kubernetes of contributing there. So
congratulations.
Thanks. So quite actively in upstream Kubernetes and in general in open source development. And all what we do is like doing stuff around cloud native. Our own solution is open source and based on open source components. So that's what we do.
So let's peel the onion another layer or two, though. What you do is, do you have like a Kubernetes distribution or a Kubernetes platform that allows people to deploy Kubernetes a little easier, a little less painlessly? Is it a hosted Kubernetes thing? Give us a little more detail here.
Yeah, it's a platform. So we provide this as two ways or three ways. One is as an open source version, so everyone can install it easily and play around with it. Then we have, with additional capabilities, an enterprise version and also as a managed and SaaS offering. I mean, what our platform is really doing, it's not only about Kubernetes. When we started, we really saw the challenge, how do I manage later this complexity on different cloud providers, on-prem, how do I deal with it? And nowadays, where really our platform is used is like more and more companies building up platform teams to enable their developers to use the platform to manage Kubernetes cluster, but not only Kubernetes. It's because managing or creating a Kubernetes cluster, you can also use the hyperscalers in the GKE or EKS or AKS cluster, but that's not enough. You need also additional components on top of it. And what we are really helping is like, first of all, spinning up the Kubernetes cluster, so you can use the hyperscaler offering, but also we can spin it up on the hyperscalers, but also on-prem in your own data center, on bare metal, but also VMware, OpenStack, and more use cases we see with edge computing. So for us, edge is mostly industrial edge, so running Kubernetes, for example, in the shop floor, in a fabric. So you have a running Kubernetes cluster, but then the next step is like day two operation. When do I upgrade all my Kubernetes clusters? That's where we're taking care about, so that you get an overview about all of your Kubernetes cluster. But then not only like, okay, here's a Kubernetes cluster and we are out. It's really like, for my developers, providing them all the tools they need to really concentrate on the development, like having integration with GitOps tools like Flux CD or Argo. We're providing a complete monitoring on logging stack with Prometheus, Loki, Grafana dashboard, like policy management with, for example, OPA or Kyverno policy, so that the platform team can really like plug all the things together for their development, but also then take care about that you don't have like old Kubernetes clusters hanging around, or on some Kubernetes cluster complete old components, so that you know, first of all, getting this visibility, what's going around, but also that you can really take care about upgrading this old platform, so that from a developer perspective, they really can concentrate on building the business applications where the value is for the companies.
You know, it's fascinating because, I mean, this might be the most complete wired in, if you will, right? Integrated Kubernetes kind of platform that I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, our approach is every time like battery included but exchangeable. So we try to integrate the one or two most common open source projects, but we want to give the customers the flexibility. If they have something on their own, they can use this on their own. So some of the integration were even coming from customers that they said, hey, we need another policy, and we looked into it and said, yeah, that makes totally sense. Let's integrate this and let's add this to our testing pipelines so that we can ensure it's validated, it's automated, and we're rolling this out and testing this on all the different platforms.
I love it. It's great stuff. So you mentioned earlier one of the top, not you personally, but Kubernetes, one of the top 10 contributors to Kubernetes code at this point. I'm going to assume all of these great integrations and innovations that you've mentioned, you're contributing them back to not all of them. Otherwise, how are you going to make money?
I mean, some part, we're every time looking into like what makes sense to really do upstream Kubernetes. Then in our platform, which is also open source, it's really about this multi-cluster and scalability. So this components goes there, but what we see like what needs to be fixed in upstream, we try to fix, or like some of my colleagues are quite actively on the release process so that we're getting every time the latest releases, because what we're supporting is completely upstream Kubernetes, and of course we want to be aware and supportive what's going on the release. And so if we see problems, that we also can help our customers with like, okay, it seems there is something problems, we help to fix this, because without the binaries from upstream, we are really depending on it, and so we want to ensure that we every time getting this upstream binaries.
Absolutely. Sebastian, 3 days, we're almost at the end here of KubeCon. Any news from Kubernetes or like trends that you've seen here that you want to share with the audience?
Yeah, first of all, it's really good that KubeCon is back to normal.
Amen.
After Valencia, first of all,
Detroit, Los Angeles,
and even the virtual ones, which were not even at all a KubeCon. So it's really good.
But they tried.
Yeah,
Let's be fair. They tried. They did
it's not a
decent
criticism
job.
to the CNCF. I mean, we know all with COVID, all the crisis, and
everything we were dealing with.
Yeah, it was there, and we all needed to deal with it. But it's good that really it's back. Also, I think now the spirit is also back.
You feel that?
You really feel this, like really good conversations here. Really, the people are really looking to exchange. From our perspective, from Kubernetes perspective, we really see more and more that people coming from this, starting more and more with this idea of having a platform team and not let every developer manage their clusters on their own, and everyone coming up with processes or with their own tooling around monitoring, GitOps and so on. I really need to do this centralized, and so for us, it was a really good KubeCon. We see more and more demand that people are coming and say, I need a platform like yours. I have something built, but it's not scaling. I have something, but I need to do more. And to build a platform, what we are doing, you definitely need even an internal team, about 10 or 20 people. So do you really want to use as 10 people internally for building a platform? Or, I mean, what I'm seeing is, especially also in bigger organizations, like they have potentially hundreds of developers, but they have only a handful of people who really deeply know cloud native and Kubernetes. So
I think the biggest organizations have 5 to 8 people.
And so leveraging the experts of cloud native better to enable your developers instead of like use them to build only the platform, but because then the adoption or the developers are still not adapting the platform, and that's, I think, where you need to enable your developers, because they're creating really the business value and the business application. And
I agree.
And an empty platform, you can have the nice empty platform, but it brings no value. It costs only money. So concentrating on building the business value and the business applications, and using companies like us or others to provide this platform, and because there are also all these experts who knows like all the things in detail, like working upstream, can fix things upstream and things like that.
Absolutely. I want you to do me a favor.
Absolutely.
Look in this camera. For people who say, I love what Sebastian's talking about. I'd love to get engaged. I'd love to get on the on-ramp for Kubernetes. How do they go? What's your best advice? How do they do it?
So first of all, if they want to play or start using our solution, go either to our homepage, kubernetes.com, or go to GitHub, github.com/kubernetic. There you find our tools, also how you install it, how you use it. If you want to more engage with us directly, either go to our community Slack or go to our contact form on our website and send a request, and we can chat and we can start discussing.
Absolutely. There's free versions there. There's things they could do. Kubermatic.com or the GitHub.
Exactly, kubermatic.com or GitHub, and there you find all the links also to our community Slack. So it's open source. There is all described how you start. Also for we have Cube One, which is like a single cluster orchestration tool. So even for single developers, you easily can start it. You can set up a cluster in less than a minute and ready to go.
Absolutely. Sebastian, you brought the sun out. Fantastic, man. Hey,
welcome.
Thank you for being our last guest here at KubeCon. That's going to make it a wrap on our Amsterdam coverage. What a great KubeCon it's been. We will be live next week at the RSA conference in San Francisco. Until then, this is Alan Schimmel and the entire Techstrong team. Hey, many thanks to Dell Technologies for sponsoring us here this week. We'll be in touch. I hope you've enjoyed it. Take care.